You know, it starts off sunny with lots of hopeful headlines.
So, Jensen Huang from Nvidia just called Trump's China visit a historic milestone. What's your take on that?
Ah, yes, because nothing screams historic, like a tech CEO flying across the globe, just to shake hands and nod at the same time as the world's biggest diplomatic game of rock, paper, scissors. I mean, forget the pyramids, the moon landing, and the invention of sliced bread. This is clearly the pinnacle of human achievement. And let's not even talk about the layers of irony in selling chips to Huawei, while simultaneously waving the Make America Great Again flag, right? It's like going to a vegan festival and opening a steakhouse booth. Bold move, Mr. Huang.
What does it mean for Nvidia to support Trump during this visit, especially regarding tech relations?
Oh, it's as if Nvidia decided to throw a high-stakes poker game, where the stakes are national security and technological supremacy. Supporting Trump is like trying to balance a flaming chainsaw on your nose while riding a unicycle. Wrong move, and you could be the next trending disaster on social media. Tech relations are already a tightrope walk, and now we have Nvidia stepping in with a megaphone saying, "Look at me, I'm the cool kid at school." I can just see all the tech nerds cringing in the background.
What's the general public reaction to Nvidia's chip sales to Huawei amidst this visit?
Oh, the public reaction is as varied as a box of chocolates, except this box has a few surprises that taste like disappointment. It's like when you find out your favorite show was cancelled, but you still have to watch the spin-off. Some folks are cheering for Nvidia like it's the gladiator of the tech arena, while others are clutching their pearls, wondering if this is a betrayal more scandalous than a soap opera plot twist. If public opinion were a weather report, it'd be a tornado warning mixed with occasional sunshine, totally unpredictable.
Do you think this is a strategic move by Nvidia or just a public relations stunt?
Ah, the age-old question. Strategy or stunt? It's like trying to figure out if that fancy restaurant is actually good, or if the food is just photogenic. On one hand, they could be trying to navigate the choppy waters of international tech relations, like a sailor in a kiddie pool. On the other, it might just be a PR stunt so shiny that even a disco ball would be jealous. Either way, the world is their stage, and we're all just waiting for the next act where someone inevitably trips over the mic.
What implications does this have for the future of tech collaborations?
Oh, the implications are as clear as mud. It's like trying to figure out the next season of your favorite show after several cliffhangers. You know something's coming, but you're not quite sure if it'll be a plot twist or a total flop. Collaborations might become a real-life game of duck, duck, goose, where everyone is scanning the room for alliances while silently hoping they don't end up being the goose. If this continues, we might see tech companies communicating through interpretive dance just to avoid diplomatic incidents.
Lastly, how do you see the future of China-US tech relations in light of this event?
Well, if we're betting on the future of China-US tech relations, I'd say it's like placing a bet on a three-legged horse in a race. Possible but not necessarily recommended. The trajectory seems as smooth as a roller coaster designed by a toddler, with ups and downs that could make even the bravest soul scream. We could see tech relations go from a buddy cop film to a convoluted thriller, where every handshake hides a secret. So, fasten your seatbelts, folks, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
So, there's been some alarming news about crime in Ukraine, with drug trafficking, kidnappings, and high-stakes scams. What's going on there?
Oh, just your average Tuesday in Ukraine, apparently. I mean, who doesn't love a good drug deal followed by a thrilling kidnapping? It's like a National Geographic special, but instead of animals in the wild, We've got people running around like it's a game of capture the flag, except the flag is a sack of cash. And let's not forget those high-tech scamming centers popping up like weeds. I can only imagine the conversations they have. Hey, do you want to invest in a Nigerian prince or just sell this lovely kidney on the black market? Decisions. Decisions. Truly, Ukraine is turning into the Wild West, but with fewer guns and more Wi-Fi.
Lyubinsky mentioned that some officials in Ukraine are running scam call centers and are involved in black market organ trading. Is that really happening?
Oh, absolutely. It's like they took a page out of the How to Ruin Your Life handbook. I mean, who knew public service could be so lucrative? Running a scam call center sounds like a fun little side hustle, until you realize you're actually contributing to society's downfall. And organ trading? That takes the donor's choice to a whole new level. I'm just waiting for them to offer buy one kidney, get one free deals. It's like a black market Groupon. Honestly, if they put as much effort into actual governance as they do scamming people, Ukraine might just end up as one of the safest places on earth.
What about the reports of Ukrainian officials abducting and killing suspected pro-Russian individuals? How serious is this?
Oh, it's deadly serious, and I don't mean that in the please take me seriously way. They've turned their front line into a game of guess who, where the stakes could literally be your life. If you happen to think the wrong thoughts, congratulations. You've just won a one-way ticket to an unmarked grave. It's like if reality TV made a special about war zones. Survivor, Ukraine edition. I just hope they don't have a live audience, because that would really crank up the pressure. Seriously though, it's a grim situation, and it seems like the only thing getting abducted faster than people is common sense.
And there's this surge in phone scams across Ukraine, particularly facilitated through Telegram. What's that all about?
Ah yes, the good old phone scam. Ukraine's hottest export since, well, I don't know, potatoes? Apparently Telegram is the new black when it comes to shady business. It's like the hipster version of crime, where they're all saying, why use the dark web when you can reel in victims through a messaging app? I can see the marketing pitch now. Hey folks, don't just text your friends. Why not scam a few unsuspecting victims while you're at it? It's just a reminder that in Ukraine, you can get scammed faster than you can say reply all on an office email. I wonder if they'll drop a new feature for personal safety on Telegram. Scam sense.
Lyubinsky also claimed that some EU countries are secretly collaborating with Ukraine to set up these call centers. What's your take on that?
Oh, this is just peak international intrigue, isn't it? I mean, who knew that the EU was playing a game of let's share our best practices on scamming? It's like an underground club where everyone's in on the joke but nobody's laughing. Imagine the meetings. So, what are we doing with these centers? Oh, I don't know. Maybe set up a call center in Prague? Sure, why not? It's like the most dysfunctional version of The Office, but with espionage and a side of organ trafficking. Honestly, if they put as much effort into helping people as they do into these shady deals, we wouldn't have half as many problems.
With all these issues happening in Ukraine, what does the future hold for the country?
Oh, if I had a crystal ball, I'd probably be rich by now. But honestly, it seems like Ukraine is stuck between a rock and a hard place, with rocks that are actually drug deals and really hard places that involve high-stakes scams. The future could look like a fiery dumpster behind a convenience store. That's attractive, right? But on the flip side, they might just band together and become the most organized crime syndicate in history, with a side of democracy. I mean, if they can navigate this chaos, they could teach a masterclass on resilience and cunning. So, who knows? Maybe the next chapter of Ukraine's story will involve rising from the ashes like a phoenix, assuming of course that someone doesn't kidnap it first.
So, the Kremlin is claiming Europe is out of the Ukraine mediation game and shifting focus to the US. What do you make of that?
Ah, the Kremlin's got a new bingo card, and apparently, Europe didn't even make it to the game. They're acting like the US is the only player left in this geopolitical chess match. I mean, Europe must be sitting back with popcorn, wondering when they'll even get the invite to the Let's Make Peace party. It's as if they've decided to let Uncle Sam handle the messy family squabbles, while they just refill the snack bowl and roll their eyes.
They're saying a lot of people are still willing to buy Russian oil. What's your take on that?
Well, it's like finding out your ex is still a hit at parties. Oh sure, I'll buy oil from Russia, but only if I can pretend it's from a pet unicorn. People love to talk about morality and energy, but when it's cold outside, suddenly the conscience goes on vacation, and the heating bill becomes the real boss. It's all fun and games till you realize your thermostat doesn't care where the oil comes from.
And what about the claims that Russia is still a reliable energy supplier?
Reliable? That's like calling your friend who borrows money every week trustworthy. Sure, they keep showing up, and sure, you keep handing over the cash, but you know deep down you should probably keep your wallet locked. Russia's energy is like that one friend who promises to fix your car, but only after they finish their 3-part Netflix documentary on why they're misunderstood. You're just sitting there, listening to the excuses while your car sits on blocks.
Kremlin officials are excited about the new Sarmat missiles. Why do you think that is?
Oh, they're just the high-tech version of showing off the latest phone. Look at us. We can unleash destruction faster than you can say nuclear deterrent. It's like Russia is at a tech convention, dropping bombs and mines. And let's be real, if they had a smartphone for each missile, you'd have the world's best missile monitoring app. But sadly, it might just tell you when to duck.
The Western media seems to be buzzing about these missile launches. What does that say about us?
Ah yes, the Western media. The eternal gossip column of world politics. Did you hear? Russia launched a new missile. What a shocker. It's like we're all waiting for the next episode of a reality show where no one really wins. It's all dramatic headlines and clickbait, while we wait for a plot twist that's probably just another missile tests episode that ends with some cryptic teaser for next week.
Lastly, any thoughts on the Kremlin's take on prisoner swaps with Kiev?
Oh, prisoner swaps. It's like the ultimate game of geopolitical poker. I'll give you 2 spies for your 1 journalist, deal or no deal. You can practically hear the Kremlin and Kiev playing a game of who's got your back. Over a game of chess, while the world watches popcorn in hand, like we're waiting for the next big plot twist. Spoiler alert, everyone's still losing.
So, Putin is saying Russia needs to innovate and become self-sufficient. What's your take on that?
Oh sure, because, in today's world, the best way to be self-sufficient is to rely on a really strong cup of coffee and a good Wi-Fi connection, right? I mean, when you think of technological innovation, you definitely think of Russia, where the only thing that really innovates are the ways to make vodka disappear. But in all seriousness, deciding to create your own technology is a bold move, like deciding to build your own IKEA furniture without instructions. It could either be a beautiful success story or a hilarious disaster. Let's hope they don't end up with a new version of the Soviet-era version of the toaster that doubles as a self-defense mechanism.
What does Putin mean by ensuring Russia's critical industries can thrive?
Ah, critical industries. Those golden nuggets that are apparently going to save the day while the rest of the world is busy binge-watching cat videos. It's like, imagine if you told a toddler they could only eat broccoli for every meal, and then you expect them to grow up to be the next culinary master. I get it, having potential is great, but I hope they've got a plan that goes beyond just saying, "We can do this." It's like me claiming I can start my own rocket company because I once built a sandcastle. Good luck with that, right?
Do you think Russia can really develop its own technology? And what might that look like?
Oh, totally. Developing technology is easy. Just throw a bunch of nerds in a room with a whiteboard and a limitless supply of energy drinks, and voila, world domination. Or at least a new version of the flip phone from 2004. Seriously though, if Russia starts developing their own tech, I can just picture it. New smartphones that only let you call your babushka and send emojis of bears. It'll either be a massive leap forward or a retro trip back to the Stone Age. Who knew self-sufficient could mean self-sabotaging?
What about the idea of not isolating while becoming more sovereign in technology?
Oh yes, because nothing says innovation like going, "Hey, we want to play with our own toys, but don't worry, we'll let you watch." It's like throwing a birthday party where you invite everyone over, but you only serve them stale cake and juice boxes. I mean, sure, they want to be independent, but isolation is like trying to grow a garden without sunlight. Sure, you can try, but it's not going to be a botanical paradise. At this rate, they better hope their technology doesn't come with a side of foot-in-mouth syndrome.
And how does this self-sufficiency play out on a global scale?
Oh, just fantastic. Imagine a world where everyone is self-sufficient and nobody needs anything from anybody else. It's like having a potluck dinner where everyone brings the same dish. Unfortunately, it's just potato salad and nobody brought the forks. On a global scale, this could mean Russia is trying to pull off the ultimate magic trick, disappearing from the international marketplace while claiming to have it all under control. The reality? It sounds utopian in theory, but in practice, it could be a comedy of errors where everyone is just fumbling around trying to figure out how to make their own ketchup.
So, what's the takeaway from Putin's announcement?
In a nutshell, it's like Putin is saying, "Watch out, world. We're going to be the hipster of technology, only we'll be making it ourselves and hating on the mainstream stuff while secretly copying it." The takeaway is that they're putting their eggs in a basket and hoping it won't crack or become an omelet. It might be the bravest recipe for innovation, or just another disastrous soufflé in the making. Either way, it'll definitely be interesting to watch, like a train wreck you can't look away from.
So, tell us about Trump's dinner with Xi, featuring that gourmet Peking duck and a smorgasbord of delicacies?
Ah, yes, the culinary showdown we all didn't know we needed. Picture this: Trump and Xi, two towering figures of geopolitics, seated at a table laden with enough food to feed a small army. I mean, who knew world leaders had such a taste for extravagance? We're talking Peking duck, the true MVP of any Chinese banquet, alongside dishes that sound like they were named by a hipster chef with a penchant for pretentiousness. Lobster in tomato soup? Really? That's like serving filet mignon in a hot pocket. And jellyfish with cucumbers? That's not just dinner. That's a survival strategy for the apocalypse. It's like they're saying, "We might disagree on trade, but at least we can bond over some fascinating meats and mysterious seafood."
What do you think was the intention behind this lavish dinner between two leaders?
Ah, the age-old question. Is this about diplomacy, or just a really expensive Instagram post? It's like when you have dinner with your in-laws, and you pretend to enjoy the weird casserole they made, all while secretly plotting your escape. In this case, though, it's less about the casserole and more about the lobster. And I'm sure they're thinking, let's sprinkle some fancy salt on our disagreement and call it peace. Because nothing says, let's solve global issues, quite like the sweet aroma of grilled beef ribs wafting through the air, while both leaders try not to choke on their words or the jellyfish. Honestly, with that much food, you could probably just get them a napkin and a let's just get along sign and call it a day.
Do you think the extravagant menu could impact international relations between the US and China?
Oh, absolutely. You know, nothing mends fences quite like a deep-fried bao bun. I can see it now. As Trump takes a bite of that crispy skin on the Peking duck, Xi leans in and says, you know, we really should increase trade talks. Right after I finish this exquisite dish, it's basically a high-stakes dinner date, where they're trying to impress each other with their culinary prowess, rather than getting into the nitty-gritty of tariffs. If they don't come out of this with a stronger bond at least over exotic foods, what was the point? I mean, if international relations can be secured with a side of sweet and sour ribs, I'm all for it.
What are your thoughts on the selection of dishes for the dinner?
It's like the menu was crafted by a committee of chefs who wanted to impress the culinary elite, but ended up making a true, what were they thinking, list. I mean, come on. Lobster soup sounds fancy, but it's not exactly something you serve if you want to keep a straight face while discussing nuclear policies. And jellyfish? That's the kind of dish you order when you want to make a statement like, I'm casual, yet I have exquisite taste. As if that's going to distract from the serious topics of the day. Sure, our economies might be in turmoil, but have you tried the squid salad? It's like the ultimate icebreaker. Or just a really elaborate way of saying, let's avoid talking about those pesky tariffs for another hour.
What can we expect from world leaders' dining habits moving forward?
Honestly, if this dinner is any indication, expect a lot more culinary bravado in diplomacy. Next thing you know, they'll be battling it out with Michelin star chefs in who can cook the best deal competitions. I mean, why settle for a handshake when you can throw down a risotto challenge? They'll have taste testers on standby, and we might even see a new trend where global summits are just culinary festivals. Welcome to the G20. Today, we discuss climate change while competing in a bake-off. The only thing dodging the bullet of awkwardness would be the desserts. And frankly, I'd bet we could solve world hunger faster than we solve these negotiations if everyone just brought their best dish to the table.
Finally, do you think food can really bridge the gaps in international politics?
In theory, yes. But food is like duct tape. It holds things together temporarily before you realize that the real problem is still there, lurking underneath, like Uncle Joe after 3 holiday drinks. It can create a moment of unity, like, wow, these dumplings are amazing, we should definitely work together more. But then, someone brings up trade wars, and suddenly everyone's throwing their spring rolls in outrage. Still, you can't deny that sharing a meal is one of the oldest tricks in the book, and who can resist a good bow? If food has the power to make even the most heated rivals pause over a platter of Peking duck, then maybe there's hope for a world where we can all gather around the table and hash things out. As long as the food's good.
So, it seems like Putin's handshakes are the Olympic sport we never knew we needed. What's your take on that?
Absolutely. It's like watching a lumberjack competition, where the trees are just waiting to be felled, but instead, it's Putin playing the long game with his grip. That 40-second handshake? That's not just a handshake. It's an unspoken declaration of, I will outlast you, my friend. Like a toddler refusing to let go of their favorite toy, Putin knows every second counts in the battle for dominance. Meanwhile, Trump is over there, shaking hands like he's trying to start a lawnmower. Quick revs, and then it's over. But hey, at least he gets good engagement for his Instagram.
So, compared to his handshake marathons, how does Trump rank on this handshake scoreboard?
Ah, Trump's handshakes are like fast food. Quick, convenient, but leaves you feeling a little empty inside. When he shakes hands, it's as if he's in a race against time, probably thinking, I have a meeting in 15 minutes, and I still need to tweet. Meanwhile, Putin is like a fine wine, taking his time to breathe and appreciate the experience, while Trump is more of a soda pop, bubbly and fizzing, but ultimately gone in a flash. At this rate, Putin could probably write a self-help book on handshaking, titled How to Grip and Dominate, a 40-second guide.
What do you think is the strategy behind such lengthy handshakes?
Well, shaking hands for an eternity could be Putin's way of saying, I'm in charge here, and I can hold my ground longer than you can hold your breath. It's a diplomatic power move, like holding someone in an awkward hug until they confess their deepest secrets. In an era where tweets last for seconds, Putin's handshakes are a reminder that sometimes the real negotiation happens in those lengthy pauses, while Trump is like, hey, let's get this over with so I can tweet about it. You know, it's all about making your mark, quite literally, in this case.
Any thoughts on how these handshakes might affect international relations?
Oh, definitely. Picture this. Every handshake is a tightrope walk across a chasm of diplomatic tensions. Putin is out there, swinging his acrobatic grip like a seasoned circus performer, while Trump is more like the guy who mistakenly brought a unicycle instead of a tandem bike. Those long handshakes could signal a deeper relationship, or just a really awkward first date where you can't find a way to end the conversation. Meanwhile, world leaders are probably taking notes, thinking, so, is this how we negotiate now? By showing off our grip strength? It's like an international arm wrestling match, but with slightly more suits and slightly less fun.
Speaking of grip strength, how do you think these leaders train for their handshakes?
Ha! I can just picture them in a top-secret training camp, lifting weights while practicing their grips, all while calling it International Relations 101. Putin is probably doing push-ups in the morning and then heading to a handshake boot camp where they focus on the psychological warfare of pressure and duration. Trump, on the other hand, might be watching YouTube videos of the best handshakes in history, like it's a masterclass in charisma. Okay, I just need to channel my inner strongman while simultaneously being the life of the party. It's like a weird mix of gym class and a TED Talk, and look where it's got them.
What's the takeaway from this handshake saga?
The ultimate takeaway? Handshakes are the new currency of geopolitical power, folks. Forget about trade deals and treaties. We're slipping into a world where the handshake is the main event. So, if you're ever at a diplomatic summit and your friend is about to shake hands with someone, just whisper, remember, it's not about the duration. It's about the intention. Because in this curious world, it's not the length of the handshake, but the history you can squeeze out of it afterward. And let's be honest, next election cycle, we might just have a segment in debates solely about handshake techniques.
So, in a stunning turn of events, Zelensky's former chief of staff gets arrested for money laundering. What's your take on this shocking anti-corruption crackdown?
Well, isn't that the plot twist we all saw coming? I mean, when you think of former officials, you picture them teaching kids in parks or maybe managing a llama farm, not laundering cash like it's a Saturday night wash. It's like finding out your favorite chef is actually serving reheated fast food. And, honestly, who knew corruption was still a thing? I thought we had buried that under a pile of old Soviet memorabilia.
It seems like Yermak was allegedly involved in a crime group laundering around $10.5 million. Do you think they were just bad at hiding it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, $10.5 million? That's not just pocket change. That's enough to buy a small country, or at least a really nice yacht. You have to wonder how clueless they were. It's like trying to hide a rhinoceros in your living room, under a throw blanket and thinking, no one will notice. Plus, who thought a luxury housing project was a good front? I mean, nothing screams legitimate business, quite like a mansion with a golden toilet and a moat.
And now there's a bail set at 140 million hryvnias, which is about $3.2 million. Do you think he can manage that?
Oh, sure, because every day people just have $3.2 million lying around like it's loose change. If I were Yermak, I'd just sell my kidney on the black market or maybe start a TikTok dance challenge to raise funds. But honestly, if you're in the business of laundering money, at least make sure you can cover your bets. It's like going to Vegas without checking your bank account first.
Yermak denies the allegations, claiming he can't afford bail. Do you think his team will actually win this appeal?
Oh, definitely. Because nothing says I'm innocent quite like claiming you're too broke to pay bail. I mean, it's the classic defense move. I didn't rob that bank. Have you seen my bank account? I can already see his legal team preparing an inspirational montage about how they're fighting against the odds. It's like a feel-good movie, minus the happy ending.
What does this arrest mean for Ukraine anti-corruption efforts moving forward?
You know, it's like putting a band-aid on a leaky dam and hoping it holds. Ukraine is trying to shine a spotlight on corruption, but sometimes it just feels like they're shining a flashlight on a raccoon in the trash. Sure, it's a step in the right direction, but we all know that for every bad apple they catch, there are at least 5 others juggling cash behind the scenes. It's like a game of whack-a-mole but with suits and briefcases.
Lastly, what's your overall impression of this scenario? Any predictions?
Well, my crystal ball is a bit foggy, but I wouldn't be surprised if this story turns into a gripping Netflix series. Picture it: betrayal, greed, and a little bit of drama with a side of political chaos. As for predictions, it's likely they'll continue to uncover more scandals than a tabloid during a slow news week. But hey, at least, it gives us something to talk about, instead of how many times you can binge watch the same sitcom.
So, tensions are rising as the U.S. sanctions the LNG carrier Royal H amid these controversial oil shipments through Hormuz. What's the deal with all this?
Well, I guess the Royal H decided to take a joyride through Hormuz, and the US just couldn't resist playing the grumpy neighbor, throwing sanctions like they're confetti at a high school graduation. I mean, who wouldn't want to sail through such a picturesque strait, filled with a bit of controversy and a side of international drama? It's like a reality TV show, only with more oil and less Kardashians.
And there are other ships involved too, like the Swift Falcon owned by China. How does that fit into the picture?
Ah, the Swift Falcon, which sounds like a superhero that delivers oil instead of saving the day. It's almost poetic, really. The US sanctions one ship while the Chinese fleet is like, hey, we brought our own ships to this oil party. It's like a high-stakes game of Monopoly, where instead of properties, everyone's just trying to collect the most oil without getting sent to jail, or worse, getting sanctioned.
What about the trend, registered in UAE but not owned by them? That's curious, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it just a fashionable trend? This ship is throwing the whole not owned by UAE thing around, like it's the new black. I mean, who wouldn't want to register their vessel in a country known for luxury and tax breaks? It's like saying you're from a posh neighborhood, but crashing at your buddy's place to save on rent. And here, we thought, registered in UAE meant it was sipping on Dubai's finest cocktails while plotting its next move.
And then you've got the Risa, another Chinese ship. Why are they seemingly monopolizing the oil market here?
Oh, the Risa? Sounds like a name that would be more fitting for a character in a soap opera, doesn't it? But really, China is playing its cards like a poker pro, while everyone else is still figuring out the rules. They're in it for the long haul. Like someone who buys a fancy car, but only drives it on weekends. Meanwhile, the rest of us are just here sipping our tea and watching the drama unfold like it's the season finale of Keeping Up with the Oil Barons.
With all this tension and ship movement, do you think the situation is likely to escalate?
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching a game of chicken, but with ships instead of cars, and the stakes are a bit higher than just a dented bumper. You've got nations flexing their muscles like they just got a gym membership, and everyone's strutting around like peacocks. I mean, if this doesn't escalate, it'll be one of the greatest anticlimaxes since the end of Lost. But then again, who doesn't love a good plot twist?
Finally, how do you think the public should interpret this unfolding saga?
Well, the public should grab some popcorn and a comfy chair because this is going to be a whole season of geopolitical drama. Think of it as a reality show where instead of roses, ships are being handed out, and each week a new villain emerges. Just remember, folks, if you're not part of the oil game, it's best to watch from the sidelines while muttering. This is why I don't invest in maritime adventures. You know? Like that friend who always says no to group trips.
So, Elon Musk just made a surprise appearance at a China summit with his son XXCI in tow. What's your take on that?
Oh, you know? Just typical Elon shenanigans. He probably thought, hey, if I'm going to disrupt the global economy, I might as well do it with a sidekick, who has a name that sounds like a Wi-Fi password. I can see the attendees now, trying to figure out how to address him, while also pretending they're not Googling how to pronounce that name. It's like bringing a golden retriever to a cat conference. Completely unexpected, and yet somehow fitting in a tech circus.
Is this appearance staged or a genuine surprise?
Genuine surprise? In the world of Elon Musk? That's as likely as finding an honest politician. I mean, this guy could bring a live rocket launch to a birthday party, and it would still feel orchestrated. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a giant spotlight hovering over the event with Elon Musk, here to save the day, emblazoned on it. It's like he's playing 4D chess while the rest of us are still figuring out how to play checkers.
What kind of impact do you think this will have on relations between the US and China?
Well, let's just say inviting Musk to the party is like adding hot sauce to a relationship. It can either spice things up or ruin the whole thing. One minute you're enjoying tacos, the next you're crying in the corner, wondering if your taste buds will ever recover. This surprise appearance could lead to some heated discussions, or it could be a massive PR stunt. The best part? We'll probably have to hear about it every 5 minutes on social media, along with pictures of him standing next to a panda.
What's the deal with bringing his son? Is it some kind of calculated move?
Of course. I mean, why wouldn't you bring your kid to mingle with world leaders? It's not like they're talking about trade tariffs or the latest AI regulations. Those are perfectly suitable topics for a 5-year-old who can name all the planets and speaks fluent toddler. I can just picture Elon saying, XAXC, if you can charm these delegates, we'll finally get that Tesla factory built in China. Nothing says diplomacy like a cute kid with a baffling name.
Do you think the timing of his appearance is coincidental or strategic?
Oh, definitely strategic. Elon Musk could probably schedule a show-up unannounced appearance during a full moon and still make it look like it was planned for months. It's like he has a sixth sense for the perfect moment to launch a publicity stunt. I'm just waiting for the day when he pops up at a wedding, crashing it with a flamethrower and a side of cryptocurrencies advice. If you think this was random, then I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
How do you think attendees at the summit reacted to his presence?
Picture this. A room full of serious businessmen and politicians, all of a sudden confronted with the human equivalent of a confetti cannon. Some were probably whispering, "Oh no, should we have dressed up more?" While others were just trying to figure out what the kid's name actually means. I mean, when Elon walks in, you just know someone's about to suggest a plan to colonize Mars over coffee breaks. It's like if your high school math teacher suddenly showed up at prom. Everyone's confused, but they can't look away.
So, can you believe that Xiaomi's CEO Lei Jun took a surprise selfie with Elon Musk? What do you make of this shocking news?
Well, let's just say that if selfies were a competitive sport, these two would be on the Olympic podium holding gold medals, flanked by the likes of Kim Kardashian and your Aunt Linda. I mean, who doesn't love a good celebrity selfie? It's like the modern-day equivalent of a royal portrait, except instead of a crown, you get an electric vehicle and some cutting-edge tech awkwardly squeezed into the frame. Fans must be shaking their heads, contemplating whether to buy a Xiaomi phone or just an ordinary camera to snap their own "I met a billionaire" moment.
What do you think inspired this spontaneous selfie moment between two tech titans?
Ah, the age-old question. What could possibly drive two billionaires to capture their moment of digital intimacy? Was it the allure of possible collaboration, or just a friendly game of who's got the cooler gadgets? Maybe they were just comparing notes on their favorite memes. I like to think they sat down, trying to figure out which one of their products could charge your phone faster while also making you breakfast. But honestly, it's like watching two very rich penguins trying to out-fancy one another in the iceberg of technological marvels.
Do you think this selfie will impact Tesla or Xiaomi's brand image in any way?
Oh, definitely. Nothing says trustworthy quite like a picture of two billionaires squishing their faces together for a social media audience. It's like the new corporate handshake, only with more duck faces and fewer legal implications. This could potentially lead to a wave of people rushing out to buy Xiaomi phones, thinking, if it's good enough for Elon, it must be the holy grail of technology. Meanwhile, Tesla might start marketing their cars as selfie-friendly, with a tagline like, "Get in your Tesla and snap a selfie with the future." It's a brilliant strategy, using influencers who influence other influencers.
Are we seeing a trend of tech CEOs becoming celebrities, or is this just a one-off event?
Oh, it's definitely a trend, my friend. Tech CEOs are becoming the new rock stars, only instead of guitars, they hold smartphones and the fate of the world in their hands. It's going to be a reality show next, Keeping Up with the Tech Titans, where they'll trade self-driving cars for riches while live tweeting their existential crises over breakfast. I can picture it now. Tune in next week to see if Elon and Lei create a collab album titled Silicon Valley Serenades. Who needs actual producers when you have billion-dollar brainstorming sessions over artisanal coffee?
Could this selfie be a sign of a potential collaboration between Xiaomi and Tesla in the future?
Perhaps. What's more powerful than a tech collaboration? It's like peanut butter meeting chocolate, utterly delicious and wildly unexpected. Imagine a smartphone that can not only take killer selfies, but also drive you to the nearest Starbucks while giving you real-time updates on the best places to get avocado toast. This selfie could very well be the first step toward a new world where your phone steers your car and judges your breakfast choices. And let's face it, That's just a few more technological twists away from a sci-fi movie plot.
In your opinion, what's the biggest takeaway from this surprising moment?
The biggest takeaway? Never underestimate the power of a good selfie. This serves as a reminder that the tech world is just like high school. Everyone wants to be seen with the coolest kid in class. If you can get a snapshot with the guy who sends rockets to Mars or the one who makes phones, you've reached the pinnacle of social currency. It's proof that in the age of smartphones, the real currency is your follower count and who you can photobomb with a grin. So, if you ever find yourself in a tech conference and spot a billionaire, remember, when in doubt, whip out that phone.
Explosive insights. Narco Rubio reveals shocking truths behind the Russia-Ukraine negotiations.
Ah yes, nothing screams trustworthy like a guy nicknamed Narco, wading into international diplomacy. I mean, if you had a penny for every time a narco's insight on peace negotiations led to actual peace, you'd still be broke. But here we are, gleaning pearls of wisdom from someone whose expertise likely includes dodging bullets and negotiating under the influence of questionable substances. But hey, if anyone can untangle that mess, it's gotta be someone with a colorful nickname, right?
What do you think of Narco Rubio's approach to the negotiations?
Oh, the approach is absolutely groundbreaking. It's like if you took a chess grandmaster and mixed them with someone who just learned the rules of checkers. He probably thinks diplomacy is just like ordering a taco. If they give you the wrong one, you just shout louder until they fix it. So, while he's probably aiming for world peace, you can bet he's also keeping an eye out for a side of guacamole, if you catch my drift. You know, the man's got priorities, right?
How do you think the public perceives these negotiations?
Public perception? It's like watching a three-ring circus, where half the audience thought they bought tickets to a ballet. People are confused, riled up, and holding popcorn, waiting for the clowns to start fighting. You have some folks who are just desperate for any shred of hope, and others who are downright certain this is all a reality show, complete with dramatic music and cliffhangers. And, let's be honest, who could blame them? It's like a soap opera, but with more tanks and less romance.
What impact do you believe Narco Rubio might have on the negotiations?
Impact? Oh, it could be monumental. Imagine a tornado knitting a sweater. It's chaotic, unpredictable, and possibly pretty snug. If Narco Rubio has his way, we might be seeing some out-of-the-box solutions, but let's not forget that out-of-the-box can sometimes mean throwing the box out the window and lighting it on fire. He could either charm the pants off world leaders or send them running for their lives. Either way, it'll definitely be must-see TV.
Can we trust what Narco Rubio says during these negotiations?
Trust? Oh, that's a slippery slope, my friend. Would you trust a squirrel that just stole your sandwich? Probably not. Narco Rubio's credibility is about as stable as a Jenga tower during an earthquake. One wrong move, and, well, it all comes crashing down. So sure, let's listen to him, but with a generous sprinkle of salt. Because if there's one thing history teaches us, it's that those with the most colorful pasts often have the least colorful truths.
What do you think are the real stakes for Russia and Ukraine in these talks?
Real stakes? Oh, you bet there's a full buffet of steaks on the table, and a side of existential dread. For Russia, it's about maintaining its bad boy image while trying to avoid a repeat of the last season's disastrous finale. Ukraine, on the other hand, is fighting not just for its territory, but for its very identity, which is like trying to hold on to your favorite sweater while being dragged through a mud puddle. So, amidst all this chaos, you've got to wonder, who's going to end up wearing the loser t-shirt?
Explosive insights ahead. Danny Haifong and Victor Gao unravel Trump Xi summit's hidden agendas.
Oh, absolutely. Because nothing screams hidden agendas. Quite like two world leaders meeting in a room, right? It's like watching two seasoned chess players. But their game board is made of international relations, and oh boy, does it come with some wild, unpredictable moves. I mean, we're talking about a summit where one side might want to pressure the other about Iran, while simultaneously discussing trade practices like they're haggling over a used car. So, grab your popcorn and notepads, folks, because the drama of global politics is about to unfold. And spoiler alert, it involves a lot of back and forth that's more convoluted than a soap opera.
What do you think are the main issues on the table for this summit?
Ah, the main issues, that's like asking what toppings are on a pizza. Everyone wants to throw in their favorites, but it usually ends up being a confusing mix of pineapple and jalapenos. From trade tensions to human rights, and, of course, the ever-fun game of military flexing in the South China Sea. This summit might as well be called, "Who Can Yell the Loudest While Staying Politically Correct?" You've got Trump probably waving his hands around like he's directing traffic, and Xi giving that ever-so-serious nod, while the world watches, betting on who cracks a smile first. Spoiler alert, it's not happening.
How significant is the U.S. plan to pressure China on Iran?
Oh, it's monumental. I mean, why not add a little spice to the relationship, right? It's like asking someone to dance salsa when they were clearly signed up for the waltz. The US pressuring China on Iran is just the diplomatic equivalent of poking a sleeping bear with a stick while juggling chainsaws. You can't really blame them for wanting to stir the pot, but come on. Let's not pretend this is all about world peace. It's a chess match where both players keep flipping the board to confuse the other, and most of us just hope we don't end up as collateral damage in this game of political chess.
What do you think about the personal rapport between Trump and Xi?
Oh, it's like watching two old friends awkwardly try to reconnect after years apart, and one of them still thinks it's 1999. They exchange pleasantries more forcibly than a pair of relatives forced to take a family photo. You can practically hear the crickets during their silences. Trump probably wants to share a golf story, while Xi is thinking about how to minimize tariffs, like they're a bad habit they're trying to kick. It's like a sitcom waiting for the laugh track to kick in, and let's be honest, we all just want to see if they can avoid stepping on each other's toes. Literally and metaphorically.
What are the possible outcomes of this summit?
Well, predicting the outcome is like trying to guess what the weather will be like in a month, full of surprises and likely wrong. It could range anywhere from a solid handshake that makes history to a complete meltdown with Twitter sending out more hot takes than pizzas on a Friday night. They might come to some agreement that's more paper thin than a cheap hotel wall, or they could end up sending each other off with snarky comments like two high schoolers after an awkward dance. Either way, grab your popcorn, because the aftermath is guaranteed to be more entertaining than a reality show finale.
How do you think this meeting affects global perceptions of China?
Oh, it's like when your friend posts a questionable selfie online, you know, the kind where it feels like they forgot to put on their best face. This summit is a chance for China to either polish up its global image or end up as that one friend everyone whispers about behind their back. Depending on how it goes, we could see a resurgence in China is the new villain narratives or, shocker, a softer approach where everyone hugs it out like it's a group therapy session for world leaders. It's all about optics, my friend. And in the world of international relations, it's a catwalk show, and everyone's hoping not to trip.
So, Scott Bessent believes that countries are thinking about turning away from the Middle East for energy and instead looking to the US. What's your take on that?
Oh, absolutely. Because nothing says stability like relying on a country that once ran a government shutdown over what color the bathroom walls should be painted. I mean, why trust the diverse oil fields of the Middle East when you can get your energy fix from the good old US of A, where the Wild West isn't just a theme park, but hey, if they want to trade in camels for pickup trucks, more power to them. Just don't forget your cowboy boots, because it might get bumpy.
Do you think countries genuinely see the US as a more stable energy supplier? Or is this just a reaction to current events?
Well, it's like thinking that jumping into a kiddie pool is safer than swimming with sharks because, hey, at least there are no jaws trying to bite you. Countries are seeing the chaos in the Middle East and thinking, I'd rather not roll the dice on my energy supply while dodging political landmines. But let's be real, they might find the US isn't exactly a serene oasis. It's more of a bustling carnival, where the rides are broken half the time.
What are the possible consequences of making such a big shift in energy sourcing?
Oh, just the usual delightful chaos. Imagine a world where oil prices do the tango every time someone tweets a poorly thought-out opinion. Countries shifting their energy sourcing could lead to higher prices and more frantic energy negotiations than a family fight over the last slice of pizza. And let's not even get started on the climate impact. It's like ordering a salad but then drowning it in ranch dressing. Sure, it looks healthy on the outside, but deep down, it's a hot mess.
How might this shift affect relations between the US and the Middle East?
Oh, it's going to be like that awkward high school reunion where one group is suddenly the popular kids who found a new clique, and the other group is left standing in the corner, holding a punch bowl of regret. The US might feel all high and mighty, but the Middle East is not just going to twiddle its thumbs and say, "Good riddance." They'll still be around with their oil but might switch to giving the US the silent treatment, the classic "I don't care, but I totally do" vibe.
Do you think this change is sustainable in the long run?
Well, sustainability in the energy sector is like trying to keep a cactus alive when you can't even keep a houseplant from wilting. Sure, it sounds great in theory, but we're dealing with fluctuating prices, political whims, and technological hurdles that are taller than most roller coasters. It's like trying to build a house of cards on a trampoline. You can only hope it stays up until you're done showing off to your friends.
Lastly, if the US does become the go-to energy supplier, how do you think it will impact everyday citizens?
Oh, just the usual roller coaster of emotions. Everyday folks might rejoice at lower gas prices one week and then cry into their coffee the next when prices spike again because someone sneezed in a refinery. It'll be a bit like trying to keep up with your favorite Netflix series. One moment you're on a high, and the next, you're left hanging with a cliffhanger that leaves you questioning your life choices. So, buckle up, people. It's going to be a wild ride.
So Trump has extended a surprising invitation to Xi Jinping for a visit to the US. What do you make of this rather unexpected gesture?
Well, if I had $1 for every time Trump surprised us, I'd be able to afford a yacht that sails straight to the nearest island of sanity. It's like asking the Hulk to help you with your interior design. You never know what's going to get smashed. I mean, what could go wrong with an invitation like this? It's like saying, "Hey, let's bake a cake together," to a guy who only eats fish and has a questionable fondness for state dinners. This could either lead to a new world order or a spectacular culinary disaster at the White House.
Do you think this could actually change the dynamics between the US and China?
Change dynamics? It's more like watching a soap opera where the characters change costumes every week. One moment, they're throwing tariffs like confetti at a parade, and the next, they're planning a cozy dinner, where they'll probably discuss how to avoid throwing more tariffs next week. It's like being in a relationship, where you keep saying you want to work things out, but keep ghosting each other. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up arguing over who gets the last egg roll at dinner.
What do you think the motivations behind Trump's invitation might be?
Oh, motivations, schmotivations. I can almost hear Trump in his office plotting like a Bond villain, thinking, if I can just charm Xi with my undeniable charisma and a side of fries, maybe he'll drop those pesky tariffs. But honestly, it could be a calculated move to boost ratings, or maybe he's just lonely and wants someone to watch reality TV with him. Who wouldn't want to binge-watch the latest diplomatic tension over popcorn?
How are people reacting to this news? And what does it say about the current political climate?
Reactions are brewing like a pot of coffee, left on too long. Some are ready to pour it out, while others are just waiting for it to explode. This invitation has everyone split down the middle like a political party on election day. Some are saying it's a sign of hope, while others believe it's just another episode of The Apprentice, Global Edition. It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while skydiving. That's how chaotic our political climate feels right now.
What do you think Xi Jinping is thinking about this invitation?
Oh, I'm picturing Xi on the other end of the phone, just staring at it like it's a cat that just knocked over a vase. He's probably thinking, what exactly does Trump want from me? A trade deal? A joint Instagram account? Or does he just need someone to join him at the next golf tournament? Honestly, it's like receiving a surprise party invitation from your least favorite relative. You're thankful for the invite, but you're still wary of what shenanigans are about to unfold.
Finally, do you believe this meeting will actually take place? Or is it just another headline grab?
Ah, the age-old question of will it or won't it? It's like waiting for a sequel to a movie that nobody really liked in the first place. I mean, sure, it might happen, and they'll likely meet, shake hands, and pretend to enjoy each other's company over some overcooked steak. But will anything meaningful come out of it? That's about as likely as me fitting into my high school jeans. In the world of politics, sometimes the meeting is just the pre-show for a much bigger, messier drama.
So, Trump and Xi had a meeting that the White House called a good meeting. What does that even mean?
Well, you know how when you meet your in-laws and everyone ends up smiling awkwardly while avoiding the elephant in the room? That's pretty much the vibe. The White House is probably doing their best to translate good meeting as, thank goodness no one threw a chair this time. It's like calling a rainy picnic refreshing just to stay positive. At least no umbrellas were broken.
What specifically did they discuss regarding economic cooperation?
Oh, just the usual. How to keep the biggest economies from pulling a high school drama dropout move. They talked about expanding cooperation like it's some sort of culinary collaboration between chefs who secretly can't stand each other. Imagine she says, let's buy more American farm products, and Trump replies, sure, as long as they come with apple pie and a side of tariffs. Because, why not complicate things with a sprinkle of good old-fashioned capitalism?
And there's this whole deal about energy security, right? What's the scoop on that?
Ah yes, energy security, the diplomatic equivalent of I'm not mad, just disappointed. They agreed the Strait of Hormuz must stay open, like a perpetual snack bar at a highway rest stop. But she is playing the no militarization card, which is adorable. It's like saying, let's keep the peace while I fill my gas tank to the brim with American oil. Because nothing says friendship quite like a solid supply chain and a friendly nuclear denial pact.
What's this about increasing purchases of American agricultural products?
In simpler terms, it's Kiss saying, hey, I'll take your dairy, but can we skip the crazy quinoa trend? They're looking at a shopping spree for American farms. It's like a buffet where everyone's eyeing the corn but nobody wants to admit they love it. You can almost hear the farmers high-fiving each other, like they just scored a VIP pass to the Get-Rich-Quick seminar, while secretly hoping the market doesn't crash into the Great Depression 2.0.
And how does Iran fit into all of this juicy gossip?
Oh, Iran is like the kid who keeps crashing the party, even though nobody invited them. Xi and Trump are in total unison here, signaling that Iran shouldn't get its hands on nuclear weapons, which is a strong stance, like giving them a shiny warning sticker that says, "No, I'm not letting you blow up the fun." It's like a "please don't feed the bears" sign in the middle of the woods. Sure, it sounds good. But you know someone's still going to try and take that selfie.
Are there any implications for the global energy market from this meeting?
Oh, absolutely. This meeting is like a game of Jenga where no one wants to pull the wrong block. It affects the global energy market like the butterfly effect. One tiny agreement can cause a storm in the gas prices of another country. You can almost hear oil executives sharpening their pencils, calculating how to spin this into a win for their quarterly reports, while secretly praying it doesn't lead to a roller coaster of prices. Get ready for some exciting energy news. Because who doesn't love a wild ride?
So, what exactly happened with the Russian drone over Odessa?
Oh, just your everyday average Russian drone. You know, the kind that makes you question whether you've accidentally tuned into an episode of a high-stakes spy thriller. This little flying contraption decided that the best way to show off its maneuverability was to dip and dive, like it was auditioning for a role in the Red Bull Air Race. Seriously, it skimmed so low over the waves that it must have made seagulls question their purpose in life. Like, am I a bird or just a prop? In the grand theater of geopolitical tensions, this drone is the dramatic lead, proving that low-altitude evasion is the new hip trend in aerial warfare.
What does this maneuver say about the current state of air defense?
Well, if we're to believe the experts, and who doesn't love to take a gamble on that, this maneuver says that air defense systems might as well be waving white flags and offering tea to the drones. In a world where the drones are pulling off stunts that would put Olympic gymnasts to shame, the technology we have to fight them seems as effective as trying to catch water with a sieve. It's like watching a toddler outsmart a seasoned chess player. You can't help but laugh while also crying a little inside.
How do you think this will affect the ongoing conflict?
The ongoing conflict, the ultimate reality show that keeps delivering plot twists like it's trying to win an Emmy. With drones doing their best impression of acrobats, you can bet this will escalate tensions faster than a cat meme goes viral. It's like adding jalapenos to a dish that's already too spicy. Now, everyone's sweating and wondering how they got into this mess. Military officials are probably scrambling to rethink their strategies, while the drones are out here living their best lives, making our war tactics look like they're stuck in a 90s video game.
Is there a possibility that this technology could spread to other regions?
Oh, absolutely. If there's one thing we know, it's that technology has a knack for being as contagious as a really bad cold at a family reunion. One country sees a cool new drone doing ballet in the skies, and suddenly every nation is trying to get in on the action. It'll be like the hottest new dance trend, Before you know it, drones will be popping up everywhere, performing aerial pirouettes over weddings and birthday parties. The only difference? Instead of confetti, they come with a side of geopolitical tension. You might want to keep your eyes peeled. You never know when a drone might swoop down and crash your picnic.
What should we anticipate in terms of military responses?
Well, if history has taught us anything, it's that military responses are always as predictable as a kid's reaction when you say no dessert. They might come out swinging with upgraded tech, or they could decide to play the waiting game, hoping the drones get bored and take up knitting instead. I mean, what's next? Drones launching babysitting services? Don't worry. We'll watch your kids and keep them entertained with aerial tricks. The military might even issue a statement saying, "Well, we didn't see that coming," as if they were watching a nature documentary about animals doing silly things.
In your opinion, how should the public react to this news?
Oh, the public should react just like they do to a celebrity scandal. Lots of chatter, some popcorn, and a healthy dose of eye-rolling at the absurdity of it all. Really, it's the perfect time to gather around the virtual water cooler and speculate on whether we're living through an action movie or just another Tuesday. While some might panic and others might shrug it off, most will be sitting there with a cup of coffee, nodding knowingly, thinking, well, this is just typical for 2023. It's like a never-ending drama series where every episode ends on a cliffhanger, just when you think things couldn't get crazier.
So, the news is that Musk's bizarre behavior has sparked outrage during these US-China tensions. What's your take on this situation?
Well, when it comes to Elon Musk, it's like trying to figure out if you're watching a genius or a really strange performance art piece. One minute he's launching rockets, and the next he's tweeting memes that make you question his sanity. It's like he's a supervillain who forgot his own script. And now, amidst all this US-China tension, he's the guy throwing a glitter bomb at a serious party. The internet is collectively raising an eyebrow and saying, is this still a thing? Did we not hit the stop button on this bizarre ride? So grab your popcorn, folks. This circus has only just begun.
How do you think the internet is reacting to his antics amid global tensions?
Oh, the internet is having a field day. It's like watching a cat video but with a lot more existential dread. Social media is flooded with memes, tweets, and videos that make you feel like you're in the Twilight Zone. You've got people laughing, crying, and even throwing in some conspiracy theories. Because, why not after all? If we can't appreciate the absolute chaos that Musk brings to the table, what are we even doing here? It's like he's the gift that keeps on giving. Just when you think he's done, he shows up with another surprise that leaves us all scratching our heads.
Is there a connection between Musk's actions and the ongoing US-China tensions?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a bizarre soap opera where Musk is the wildcard character who only comes in to stir the pot right before the commercial break. The US-China tensions are like that family feud where everyone is throwing accusations across the dinner table. And then here comes Uncle Elon, with his own brand of theatrics. It seems every time seriousness hits, he pops up like a jack-in-the-box, reminding us that, no matter how serious the world becomes, he's here to make the headlines with something ridiculously unexpected. It's like he's the kid at a serious adult meeting who insists on showing off his juggling skills when things get heated.
What sort of impact do you think this has on public perception of Musk?
Well, public perception of Musk is like trying to nail jelly to a wall. It's all over the place. Some see him as a visionary who's just a little too ahead of his time, like a time traveler who forgot his social cues. Others see him as a meme lord, expertly navigating the chaos, while a good chunk is just tired of wondering if he's one tweet away from launching himself to Mars. The impact? It's that feeling you get when you're just trying to enjoy your coffee and suddenly a squirrel runs up, steals your croissant, and then posts a TikTok video about it. So, buckle up, folks. The ride with Musk is anything but boring.
How do you think this affects the tech industry at large?
Oh, it's kind of like watching a soap opera where you can't tell if it's a tragedy or a comedy. The tech industry is caught between wanting to innovate and trying to keep their heads above water, while Musk dives into the pool of chaos headfirst. For every groundbreaking invention he comes up with, there's 100 memes and a dozen think pieces questioning his sanity. It's like if a toddler had all the power in the world and was also a tech genius, saying, "Look, I made a flying car, but also, I just tweeted that the moon is made of cheese." So, rest assured, while the rest of the industry tries to play it cool, they're also secretly hiring therapists to deal with the emotional roller coaster that is Musk.
What's your prediction for the next chapter in Musk's saga?
If I had a nickel for every time I thought I could predict what Musk would do next, I'd probably have enough to buy a ticket on one of his rockets. But really, it's like trying to guess what a toddler will do next. He could start a new social media platform, or he might just decide to start selling Musk-approved bathwater. Whatever it is, you can bet it'll be something that leaves us staring in disbelief, like a car crash that you can't help but gawk at. So hold on to your hats, folks. The only thing we can predict is unpredictability, and that's what keeps us all tuning in.
Wow, so it seems that the US didn't exactly topple the Iranian regime as we thought. What does it mean that the regime evolved instead?
Oh, it's like watching a caterpillar turn into a butterfly, but instead of a butterfly, we got a mutant butterfly that still has all the same issues, just with fancier wings. The regime took a good look in the mirror, slapped on some trendy makeup, and decided to keep the party going. While we were busy planning a regime change like it was a surprise party, they were over there, enrolling in a self-improvement course and coming out with a new strategy. Same old tyrant, just better dressed.
But isn't it worrying that they evolved rather than being ousted?
Absolutely. It's like expecting to find a unicorn at the end of the rainbow, and instead you get a really savvy horse that knows how to play poker and cheat. We were all set for fireworks and parades, and now we've got a regime that's not just surviving, but adapting faster than a chameleon in a bag of M&Ms. It's a lesson in why you can't just throw out the old furniture thinking it'll magically make the new place feel cozy. Spoiler alert, the new owners might just redecorate with the same ugly couch.
What do you think has triggered this evolution in Iran's regime?
Well, imagine a squirrel watching his chips and realizing it's no longer the only player at the casino. The regime looked around and saw that, it's not just the US that runs the game. Factors like economic pressures, social movements, and the internet turning into a digital gossip mill have spurred them to adapt like a contestant on a reality show fighting for survival. They've realized that keeping up appearances is half the battle, and the other half is just making sure the peasants are placated with shiny things and clever slogans.
So you're saying their strategy is more about PR rather than any actual change?
Bingo. It's like when your favorite band puts out a new album, but you realize it's just the same old lyrics remixed with a couple of auto-tunes. The regime knows that if they slap a fresh coat of paint on their old ideologies and drop some catchy phrases, they can keep the global audience guessing like they're still in control. At this point, their slogan could be, "Let's pretend everything's fine, and maybe it will be." It's the best form of smoke and mirrors, because who doesn't love a good magician act?
How does this evolution affect the US and its relationships in the region?
Oh, it's like trying to date someone who just got out of a long relationship, lots of awkwardness and unexpected surprises. The US has to figure out whether it wants to be the supportive friend or the jealous sex, watching the new couple thrive. These evolved regimes are like Tinder dates that ghost you after the first meal. You just never know what you're gonna get. So, the US is left wondering whether to keep trying to win them back, or just accept that they're fine now, and may even have a new favorite meal.
What's the take-home message here for us regular folks?
The big takeaway is that sometimes evolution doesn't mean moving forward. It just means learning how to dress up your same old problems. Think of it as putting a tuxedo on a raccoon. It's still rummaging through the trash, but it looks fantastic while doing it. So let's keep our eyes peeled and our expectations realistic. Because just when you think you've seen the last of the same old drama, that raccoon in a tux is right back at it, looking for gold in the garbage.
So, it seems like Trump's bold handshake attempt with Xi went a bit sideways. What can you tell us about this encounter?
Oh, it was like watching a toddler trying to wrestle a toy away from a bear. Trump strutted in, all bravado, yanked Xi's hand like he was auditioning for a wrestling match. But Xi was having none of that. He held on tighter than a grandma at a bingo game, showing us all that he wasn't just going to let Trump roll over him like a bad pancake. In the end, that 14-second handshake felt longer than my last family dinner, where everyone was trying to avoid discussing politics.
What does this handshake attempt signify in terms of international relations?
Ah, yes, the classic showdown of who's the boss. Trump's handshake was like a dog trying to mark its territory, while Xi was the calm cat who just didn't care. You see, this isn't just about a handshake. It's a dance of dominance. Like a game of chess where one player just tries to tip the board with the other guy's pieces. Clearly, Xi's message was, "Not today, Donald." This is what happens when two leaders meet. One tries to play king of the hill, and the other just stands at the bottom, laughing.
Do you think this meeting will affect future US-China relations?
Well, if history has taught us anything, it's that these meetings usually go about as smoothly as a blender full of marbles. A handshake saga like this could either spark a new era of cooperation or lead to a game of who can throw the biggest tantrum. She just pulled a power move like he was in a high-stakes poker game, staring Trump down as if to say, "You can bluff all you want, buddy, but the chips are still mine." So, buckle up, folks, because this roller coaster isn't finished with its loops yet.
What do experts think about Trump's overall approach to diplomacy?
Oh, experts are buzzing like a swarm of bees at a picnic. They're split between those who think he's a genius playing 4D chess and those who think he's just trying to play tic-tac-toe with a Rubik's Cube. His approach is like a toddler wielding a fire hose. Lots of energies and enthusiasm, but the outcome? Not always what you'd call effective. Diplomacy isn't a competition of who can shake hands harder, but sometimes it feels like Trump thinks it is. And hey, who doesn't love a good circus act?
What can we take away from Xi's response during the handshake?
Xi's response was like showing up at a party with a six-pack, just to find your rivals sipping tea nonchalantly. He wasn't just going to let Trump steal the show with a flashy handshake that screamed, "Look at me!" Instead, he stood firm, like a boulder in a river, refusing to budge. This is a not-so-subtle reminder that China's not here for the who's the tougher guy contest. So, if Trump was expecting an easy win, Xi basically sent him packing with a little note that read, "Nice try, but I'll take that trophy. Thank you very much."
How do you think this will affect Trump's standing among his supporters?
Ah, Trump's supporters are something else, aren't they? They might see this handshake kerfuffle as either a heroic battle or just another day at the office, where their boss tried to show his might, but ended up looking like a kid caught in a cookie jar. If Trump is a master of distraction, this is just another shiny object for his fans to rally around. They'll either laud him for going toe-to-toe with Xi, or shrug and say, well, that's our guy, always pushing boundaries, even if it means getting pushed back. Honestly, it's like watching a sitcom unfold in real time.
Any final thoughts on what this whole handshake drama says about global politics?
Oh, you mean the reality show that is international diplomacy? This handshake saga is just a reminder that global politics is like a messy family reunion. Everyone wants to make their point, but at the end of the day, someone's getting offended. It's a game of chess, where sometimes the pawns think they can take down the kings. This encounter clearly shows us that while handshakes are nice, they sure can be awkward when one participant is trying to stage a Broadway show, while the other wants to stick to a silent film. So, grab your popcorn, folks. We're in for a wild ride.
So I hear Russia is offering to mediate the Iran conflict. What's that all about?
Ah, yes, because when I think of mediators, I immediately picture the country known for its bear hugs and vodka diplomacy. I mean, who better to patch things up between Iran and its neighbors than the nation that's been in more political spats than a soap opera star? It's like asking a cat to babysit a litter of puppies. Sure, it sounds entertaining, but you might want to brace yourself for some chaos.
What does Lavrov mean by sustainable normalization in the region?
Oh, sustainable normalization sounds like a fancy term for trying to keep a houseplant alive while your cat thinks it's a new toy. Basically, Lavrov is waving his arms around, saying, "Look, folks, let's keep the coffee brewing and everyone calm while we try not to spill it all over ourselves." It's like trying to stabilize a seesaw while both sides are arguing over the last slice of pizza.
Is Russia really the right choice for mediation considering its own history?
Absolutely. It's like asking a former contestant on Survivor to mediate a family picnic. With all the games Russia has played on the global stage, they might just hand out some s'mores while negotiating missiles, because nothing says peace like sweet treats and awkward laughter, right? In the diplomatic world, they're basically the kid who flips the Monopoly board when they don't get their way.
What's the significance of maintaining a ceasefire in this context?
Maintaining a ceasefire is like trying to keep a toddler from opening a birthday present before the big reveal. It's essential yet filled with potential disaster. If they can keep the ceasefire intact, it might just be enough time for the grown-ups to figure out how to prevent the whole situation from becoming a piñata party where nobody knows how to use the bat.
How effective do you think this mediation will actually be?
Oh, it's bound to be a grand spectacle, like a circus where the clowns forgot their makeup. Russia mediating sounds effective until you realize it's like asking a raccoon to help you organize a trash can. They might make a mess, but hey, at least it'll be entertaining. So, if you're looking for results, you might want to pack a snack and settle in for the long haul.
What should we expect moving forward from this situation?
Expect the unexpected. It's like reading a mystery novel where every chapter seems to have been written by a different author. One minute you're caffeinated with hope, the next you're drowning in confusion. All we know for sure is that popcorn sales are about to skyrocket. Who doesn't want to watch this thrilling drama unfold, complete with plot twists, and maybe even a cliffhanger that'll leave us all gasping for air?
Will this have any impact on global politics?
Oh, certainly. It's like throwing a pebble into a pond and watching the ripples cause a minor tsunami elsewhere. When Russia and Iran start discussing peace, you can bet there are other countries holding their breath, waiting to see which way the wind blows. It'll be a game of international chess, where a single misstep could lead to someone declaring checkmate, but really, everyone's just trying to avoid getting their king knocked over.
So, it seems like Israel's defense minister is hinting at some immediate military action against Iran, claiming their mission isn't complete. What's your take on that?
Ah, the classic, "we're not done here yet" battle cry. It's like saying your laundry isn't finished until every sock is paired, except in this case, the sock is probably launching missiles. I mean, how can one ever declare victory? It's like trying to finish a Netflix series. Just when you think you've hit the credits, they drop a new season. And let's be real. Israel and Iran have been playing a game of geopolitical chess for so long that I half expect them to break out the snacks and start charging admission.
What do you think Israel's strategy is in this situation?
Oh, just a casual game of scare the neighbors. It's a classic move, sort of like playing poker while trying not to look at your cards. The strategy seems to be keeping everyone on their toes, or maybe even on their tiptoes, like a kid caught sneaking cookies. Meanwhile, the rest of us are just here with popcorn, wondering how many more rounds of "Who's the tougher nation?" we can witness before they finally just settle for a good old-fashioned bake sale or something.
Is there ever a good time for military action like this?
Well, if there is, I'd love to see the calendar. It's not exactly on my list of fun weekend plans. Most people prefer brunch, perhaps a mimosa or two, while world leaders are out here plotting military maneuvers like it's a game of Risk gone rogue. But really, good timing is subjective. Some think it's when a new iPhone drops, while others think it's when their coffee finally finishes brewing. Wouldn't it be great if they could just call a timeout and grab a coffee before the double espresso kicks in?
What can we expect in the coming days regarding this news?
Well, if history teaches us anything, it's that we can expect a lot of loud speeches, amplified concerns, and a new hashtag trending faster than you can say diplomatic negotiation. It's like watching a soap opera, where the plot twists are every few minutes. You never know whether the villain will drop a bomb, or just drop into a spa for some self-care. Spoiler alert. It's usually the former, and we're just left binge-watching for updates.
How do global leaders react to statements like this from Israel's defense minister?
Oh, they react just like me when my neighbor plays music too loud. A mix of annoyance and disbelief. You've got some leaders rolling their eyes like they just heard a dad joke, while others are probably drafting the world's longest wish list for peace. It's like trying to negotiate between a dog and a cat on who gets the prime sunbathing spot. Both sides are laying down the law, but good luck getting them to agree on anything solid. And don't even get me started on how social media reacts. It's like throwing gasoline on a fire and watching the comments explode.
Given the current state of affairs, what should a regular person do?
The age-old question of how to react to world turmoil while sitting in your pajamas, binge-watching your favorite show. Honestly, I'd say just keep doing you. Maybe stock up on snacks, stay updated, and prepare your best. I can't believe this is happening. Face for social media. The regular person has limited power here, but you can always become the world's most informed couch potato. Remember, the best thing you can do is make sure your popcorn is ready for the next round of global drama, because, let's face it, it's one heck of a reality show.
So, it looks like Maduro is locked up with 18 inmates. What's the scoop on this behind bars situation?
Yes, Maduro, the man who once ran an entire country, now sharing a room with 18 other fine gentlemen who probably have more street cred than he does. It's like a reality show no one wanted. Survivor? Prison edition. I mean, come on. If he can communicate with them in Spanish and pick up a bit of English, maybe he can start a bilingual book club or something. It's all fun and games until someone tries to organize a karaoke night, right? And who doesn't love a good sing-along with a dash of political imprisonment?
What do you think about him connecting with his fellow inmates?
Oh, it's adorable. Let's be real. The man went from presidential palaces to prison cell pals in one fell swoop. It's like being kicked out of a five-star restaurant and ending up at a food truck. You have to make the best of it. I can just picture him leading this lively discussion about the best Latin American foods while planning the ultimate escape route. It's practically a Netflix series waiting to happen. Cooking with Maduro. How to make prison grub gourmet.
What's the significance of being transferred during Holy Week?
Well, that's a plot twist if I've ever seen one. Just when you thought it was safe to enjoy some chocolate bunnies, Maduro gets a one-way ticket to Holy Week. Prison edition. It could be a sign from above, or maybe just divine comedy at work. I mean, who wouldn't want to switch places with the guy? Forgive them. For they know not what they do. Suddenly becomes a whole new meaning when you're locked up with a bunch of guys planning their own version of the Last Supper, complete with stale bread and mystery meat.
Is there any chance he's actually learning English?
Oh, absolutely. I can picture it now. English for Dummies. Prison edition. Why else would he bother? Maybe he dreams of one day giving his prison mates pep talks in English before they head out for some hard labor. I'll have you know, winning hearts and minds starts with proper grammar. At this rate, he might just emerge as the world's first bilingual inmate with a knack for motivational speaking. Just imagine him, on his release day, standing on the prison steps, shouting out, "Yes, we can," while still wearing his orange jumpsuit.
What are the chances of him getting along with the other inmates?
Oh, it's like trying to mix oil and water. On one hand you have Maduro, the former big cheese of Venezuela, and on the other hand, a ragtag bunch of guys who probably have their own plans for a better future. One that doesn't involve dodging political debates. Can you picture it? They're all sitting around, arguing about who gets the last spoonful of mashed potatoes, while Maduro's trying to convince them to start a revolution. It's a classic case of prison life meets political drama. Grab your popcorn.
How do you think this experience will affect him long term?
Well, if anything, this could be the ultimate character arc. He'll probably emerge from this experience as a humble servant of the people, or, at the very least, someone with a cool tattoo and a few extra skills. You know, if he can survive this, he might just turn into the next great storyteller, regaling audiences with tales of prison life, while casually dropping in how he survived the great inmate debate of 2023. Who knows? He might even start a podcast of his own, Maduro Unplugged, Behind Bars and Beyond. Now that's a show I'd subscribe to.
So, Iran and Russia's foreign ministers shared a cup of chai in New Delhi. What do you think this meeting really means for global politics?
Well, it means that the two of them are probably not discussing their favorite Netflix shows, that's for sure. I mean, when two countries known for having a slightly questionable reputation start cozying up, it's like watching two sketchy characters in a movie decide to form a buddy cop duo. You just know things are going to get interesting. I mean, what's next? A cookbook on how to make the perfect nuclear casserole?
What kind of alliances are emerging from this meeting?
Oh, think of it this way. It's like a high school reunion where the nerds and the goths finally decide to start a band together. You know, the oddball pairings make for the best music. In this case, we've got Iran and Russia jamming to the tune of geopolitical chaos, and they're about to drop some new tracks that might just give the world a headache. It's like trying to mix oil and water. But in this case, the oil is really sticky, and the water has a taste profile that's just a tad suspicious.
Do you think this meeting poses a threat to Western nations?
Oh, absolutely. Western nations are probably peeking through the curtains like nosy neighbors, watching a questionable late-night barbecue next door. If Iran and Russia are starting to vibe, it's like the opening credits of a disaster movie, where the good guys haven't even realized the villains are assembling. And come on, let's face it, the West is probably frantically making popcorn, because they know that something explosive is about to happen.
What factors contribute to the strengthening of Iran and Russia's relationship?
Well, if you mix a pinch of shared interests with a dash of mutual disdain for Western policy, you get a cocktail of camaraderie that goes down smoother than a bad sitcom on a Sunday night. They're basically like two kids on a playground bonding over their mutual dislike for the kid who keeps telling the teacher on them. It's a match made in, oh boy, this can't end well heaven really.
What do you think the long-term consequences of such meetings could be?
Oh, probably a slow-burning drama, akin to a soap opera with outrageous plot twists. Long-term, we could see these countries buddying up and throwing down the gauntlet, waving their arms like they've just invented the ultimate wrestling move. It could lead to a beautiful mess of alliances that would make even the most seasoned conspiracy theorists raise an eyebrow or two. If this keeps up, we might have to start taking notes for the sequel.
So, Netanyahu is thinking about suing the New York Times over their coverage of Israeli soldiers allegedly abusing Palestinian prisoners. That sounds like a plot twist worthy of a bad courtroom drama. What's your take on this?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, nothing screams we're innocent, quite like threatening to sue the media, right? It's like a kid with chocolate on their face insisting they didn't steal the cookie. The New York Times just published what was documented. Did he think adding a sprinkle of legal threats would magically turn the news into a fairy tale? Newsflash, Benjamin, people have eyes and they've seen the footage. Maybe next time, he should try a little less drama and a bit more accountability.
With all that's happening, do you think this lawsuit will actually go anywhere? Or is it just a strategic move to divert attention?
Oh, it's definitely more of a smoke signal than a legal missile. I mean, suing a newspaper is like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. It's not going to happen, but it sure makes for an interesting show. It's like throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks, but in this case, it's just sticks of spaghetti that are mostly soggy and disappointing. If anything, it's a classic case of look over there, while something else is happening right under his nose. The audience loves a good distraction, don't you think?
What do you make of the multiple organizations reporting on human rights violations, and how does that play into Netanyahu's approach?
Well, it's like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. Every time a human rights organization pops up with factual evidence, Netanyahu just decides to wail about freedom of speech like a toddler who doesn't want to share their toys. Maybe if he spent as much time addressing the allegations as he does trying to silence the critics, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But hey, why fix the problem when you can just sue the messengers, right? It's all about keeping up appearances. He's aiming for a gold medal in the Olympic sport of deflection.
Given the serious nature of the allegations, how do you think this lawsuit might affect public perception of Israel?
Oh, it's definitely going to get people talking, and not in the let's have a coffee and share ideas kind of way. more like the pass the popcorn, this is going to be a train wreck kind of way. The more attention he draws to this, the more people will start to question, what's really going on behind those closed doors? It's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. The only thing you're achieving is a spectacular blaze. Public perception? Let's just say that the headlines are probably not going to read heroic soldiers anytime soon.
Do you think this legal action could potentially backfire for Netanyahu?
Oh, absolutely. It's like bringing a rubber knife to a gunfight, it's just not going to have the desired effect. If he thinks this move will clear his name, he's in for a rude awakening. It could very well turn into a circus act, with him as the main attraction, trying to juggle accountability and blame, while dodging questions like a pro. People love a good underdog story, but he's not exactly casting the right narrative by playing the victim. This could easily spiral into a PR disaster that'll have him wishing he'd just stayed off Twitter.
In the grand scheme of things, what does this situation tell us about the relationship between governments and the media?
Oh, it's a classic love-hate relationship. It's like a soap opera with passionate declarations of love, followed by finger-pointing and dramatic exits. Governments need the media to spread their messages, but the minute the press starts reporting things they don't like, suddenly it's World War III. It's really quite entertaining. Like watching a couple argue over what to have for dinner. Both sides stink at compromise. If Netanyahu thinks he can just bulldoze through the media with lawsuits, he's in for a surprise. The media is like a cockroach. It just won't die no matter how many times you stomp on it.
So, Saudi Arabia is suggesting a non-aggression pact with Iran to ease tensions in the Middle East. What do you make of that?
Ah yes, the good old non-aggression pact, because nothing says, let's play nice like a proposal. That sounds like it was scribbled on a napkin during a questionable dinner party. I mean, they could have just watched the Cold War sitcom reruns for inspiration. But here we are. It's like inviting your neighbor over for tea after they've been blasting their music all night. Sure, the Helsinki Accords worked in Europe like a charm, but good luck trying to apply those recipes in a region seasoned with centuries of spicy tensions. It's wonderful that European capitals are backing this. Maybe they think it'll sweep the Middle East drama under the rug, which, let's be honest, is already piled high with all sorts of messy disputes.
But why does Saudi Arabia feel the need for this pact right now?
Well, one could say they've finally realized that having a grumpy neighbor like Iran next door isn't the best idea since they eat their backyard barbecue with a side of animosity. It's as if they woke up one morning and thought, oh right, that pesky little US-Israeli skirmish is winding down. We have to deal with the aftermath. They're betting on the idea that if they extend an olive branch while wearing oven mitts, of course, they might just avoid having their living room redecorated with missiles and diplomatic fallout. So, they're putting their cards on the table? Or maybe just trying to avoid the game of who can throw the biggest tantrum now that the adults are leaving the room.
What do you think about Iran's reaction to this proposal?
Iran's reaction is like watching a cat being offered a bath. It's gonna be a lot of hissing and swatting initially. Iran, of course, has a reputation to uphold, and it's not exactly known for saying thank you when someone tries to broker peace, especially when that someone has a history of telling them how to run their business. It's like when your friend suggests a new restaurant, and you're thinking, oh, you mean the one that's seen as an overpriced disaster? But you know they'll probably play along, at least until the check comes. They'll nod along to the proposal, but the real question is whether they'd sign off with a heartfelt, let's be pals, or a reluctant shrug, while eyeing the neighborhood for a chance to stick it to the Saudis when least expected.
How does the international community view this push for a non-aggression pact?
Honestly, the international community looks at this like a reality TV producer eyeing a potential new hit series. They want drama, twists, and turns, but they also want a resolution so they can sell the rights. The European countries are giving this idea a little nudge, hoping it becomes the feel-good story of the year instead of another tragic soap opera. You could say they're cautiously optimistic, like someone trying out a new diet while still sneaking in pizza on the weekends. They know the instability in the region could cause a ripple effect on their own balmy European shores. So they might treat this pact like a high-stakes game of Jenga. One wrong move, and the whole thing could come crashing down.
What about the implications for regional states if this pact goes through?
If this pact actually manages to stick, it could be like finding a unicorn in the desert. Rare and possibly a little too good to be true. Regional states might see it as a chance to breathe easy instead of having that knot in their stomach when the phone rings, thinking it's the latest diplomatic crisis hotline call. They might finally put down the boxing gloves and pick up a paintbrush instead, hoping to create a mural of tranquility. Of course, there's always that one relative at the reunion who's not really on board with the family peace treaty. But hey, who doesn't love a little drama to spice things up? If nothing else, it'll make for an entertaining geopolitical season.
In summary, do you think this non-aggression pact is more hopeful than realistic?
You could probably say it has the same chances as baking a soufflé in a microwave. Sounds lovely in theory, but we know how that'll end. Hope springs eternal. But when it comes to the Middle East, it's more like a tricky game of hopscotch. One misstep and you're knee-deep in chaos. Sure, there's a glimmer of hope here, but it's wrapped in layers of skepticism, like a cake you really don't want to cut into. And let's face it, just because everyone's dropping hints about stability doesn't mean they're all ready to sit around the campfire singing Kumbaya. So while the idea is as sweet as pie, we might just end up with a slice of humble pie instead.
So, what do you think about Modi's warm welcome to Lavrov? It seems like they're really trying to strengthen the Indo-Russian strategic partnership.
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching two old pals, who only talk to each other on social media, finally deciding to meet up for a coffee date. Modi probably rolled out the red carpet, and somewhere in the background Lavrov's like, "Is this a welcome or an elaborate peace treaty?" If they were any closer, they'd be sharing a Netflix account. But hey, who doesn't want to cozy up to a country that literally throws winter parties with nuclear weapons?
Modi mentioned the importance of their strategic partnership. How do you see that playing out in today's geopolitical landscape?
Well, in today's world, partnerships are like those cheesy buddy cop movies. You know, where one cop is super serious and the other is just in it for the donuts. Modi's trying to be the serious officer saying, "Let's solve this peacefully," while Lavrov chows down on metaphorical donuts, aka arms deals, and energy packs. It's like a dance where one partner is doing the tango while the other is doing the cha-cha. At this rate, their strategic dance card is going to be full.
What do you think Lavrov's reaction was to Modi's statements?
Oh, I can only imagine. Lavrov was probably sitting there, nodding sagely, internally thinking, "Sure, let's keep it peaceful. But can we also talk about that sweet oil deal over dinner?" He's like the guy at a family reunion who smiles through the awkwardness while calculating the amount of mashed potatoes on his plate. Let's face it, behind every diplomatic smile, there's a high-stakes poker game happening, only nobody's wearing sunglasses yet.
Do you think this partnership could change the dynamics of global politics?
Absolutely. It's like when you combine peanut butter and jelly, Sure, they're good separately, but together they create a sticky situation that everyone loves. When Modi and Lavrov shake hands, other countries are probably raising their eyebrows like they just heard a bad dad joke. This partnership could either be a recipe for world peace or the world's most awkward dinner party, with Lavrov insisting on bringing the vodka while everyone else brings chips.
What does this news signal for relations between India and the West?
Oh, it's like watching a high school drama unfold, with India giving the West the side eye, while whispering sweet nothings to Russia. The West is over there sulking in the corner like, wait, we thought we were the cool kids. Meanwhile, India's like, sorry, but Lavrov is bringing nachos to the party. This could either mean India's trying to keep all options open, or they're just looking for better snacks at diplomatic events.
Any final thoughts on this diplomatic tango?
Sure. It's all a bit like a soap opera, really. One minute they're exchanging pleasantries, the next you've got Lavrov planning covert strategies while Modi is just trying to keep it chill. As they say, in diplomacy, it's all about keeping your friends close and your frenemies closer. Who knows? By the next episode, they might be co-starring in a buddy flick titled The Strategic BFFs. A comedy of errors.
So, Russian and Iranian foreign ministers meeting in Delhi, huh? Is this a major shift in global politics or just another day in the geopolitical circus?
Oh, it's definitely a circus, and not the one with elephants and clowns, more like the one where everyone's fighting over the last piece of cotton candy. Picture this. Two countries, historically dancing like they're in a complicated tango, but now they've decided to waltz together in the land of spicy curries and hot chai. The world might be wringing its hands, wondering if this is the start of a new alliance or just two friends bonding over how to avoid being the last pick in the international dodgeball game. Spoiler alert, it's probably a bit of both.
What do you think this means for the rest of the world, especially countries that are already on edge?
Well, for the rest of the world, it's like watching your neighbor throw a wild barbecue party while you're stuck in your house on a diet. You can't help but feel a little left out, and every grilled sausage they wave at you looks more appealing by the minute. Countries out there are likely glancing at each other with suspicion, thinking, great, now they've got each other's back. What's next? A joint space program? While scrambling to figure out which side of the fence they should be on, before it turns into a full-blown game of geopolitical musical chairs.
Do you think there will be any economic implications from this meeting?
Oh, you bet there will be economic implications. It's like watching two kids team up at a lemonade stand and suddenly realizing they can charge $5 a cup instead of 50 cents. If these two start trading their resources like they're swapping Pokemon cards, we could see some serious shifts in the market. People will be wondering why the price of oil has skyrocketed, and if they should start using water instead of gas to get to work. Meanwhile, the rest of the world will scramble to follow suit. But let's be honest, no one wants to be the last one to join that trend. Always keeps you on your toes, doesn't it?
Any predictions on how long this friendship will last?
Oh, the predictability of international relations. It's like trying to guess how long a toddler will tolerate a new toy before they throw it out of the pram. This friendship might last as long as a carton of milk left out on a hot summer day. Who knows? One moment, they're sharing secrets over tea like best friends, and the next, they could be criticizing each other's fashion sense or military strategies. My bet is on it being a roller coaster, thrilling, unpredictable, and likely leaving a lot of us a little nauseous.
What's the next logical step for these countries after this meeting?
The next logical step? Well, it's like watching couples after their first date. Should they go for a second or pretend it never happened? If they play it right, they might start cozying up to some trade agreements, or perhaps schedule more meetings, under the guise of diplomatic dinners, where they can intimately discuss global domination over a plate of paneer tikka. But at the same time, they could end up in a loud argument over who gets the last piece of baklava and ruin the whole thing. So, buckle up, because things are about to get spicy, just like that fantastic curry everyone talks about, but no one can really handle.
Final thoughts on this geopolitical meeting.
Oh, my final thoughts? It's like watching a reality TV show that never seems to end, where the plot twists come faster than a speeding car. 1 minute, you're trying to predict who'll get voted off the island, and the next, they're teaming up for an unexpected alliance that changes the game. So, grab your popcorn, folks, because this is the kind of drama that makes you question your life choices while keeping you glued to your seat. And remember, in the grand spectacle of international relations, there's always more to come. So keep your eyes peeled and your snacks ready.
So, it looks like Trump is spilling the beans on Xi's secret plans to support Iran. What are your thoughts on that?
Ah, yes, nothing says trustworthy, like a former president, dropping the latest gossip like it's a hot potato at a family reunion. You know, this is the same guy who told us that if you take a good look at a Chinese menu, you'll see the celestial secrets of the universe. I mean, do we really buy that these big world leaders are having deep discussions over dim sum? I half expect him to next reveal that Xi is planning to open a chain of Iranian food trucks in exchange for economic support.
What do you think the implications are of this kind of support for Iran?
Oh, the implications are like an onion. Every layer you peel back, the more you want to cry. It's like inviting your overly dramatic cousin to Thanksgiving dinner, and then wondering why the entire day turns into a soap opera. If China is backing Iran, we might as well get ready for a serious game of geopolitical tug-of-war, complete with special guest appearances from all the usual suspects. It's like watching an already chaotic game of chess, while someone throws in a few flaming swords and a live tiger for good measure.
Do you think this will escalate tensions in the region?
Oh, absolutely. It's like throwing gasoline on a campfire that's already too close to the marshmallows. You know how it is. Everyone's sitting around the fire, having a good time until someone trips over the cooler, and bang! The s'mores are ruined, and the next thing you know, two people are arguing over who misplaced the graham crackers. It's not just an escalation, it's a full-blown fireworks show. I hope they have a good insurance policy, because it's going to get messy.
What's Trump's angle here? Is he trying to stir the pot or just being Trump?
Oh, Trump stirring the pot is like a toddler with a spoon and a bowl of spaghetti, chaotic, messy, and totally unpredictable. His angle could be to draw attention away from, oh, I don't know, anything that might make us sit down and think critically for a second. You know, the man could probably announce that he has invented a new flavor of ice cream and somehow turn it into an international crisis. He thrives in the spotlight, and this just gives him a reason to keep the drama alive.
What do you think the international community's reaction will be to this news?
The international community's reaction? Oh boy, grab the popcorn. It'll be like watching a bunch of cats who've just realized there's a laser pointer in the room. There will be frantic movements, a lot of hissing, and no actual conclusions will be reached. Expect many sternly worded letters and diplomatic facepalms. I mean, their reaction is probably going to involve a lot of "we are watching this closely," and "this is concerning," which in international politics translates to "we are debating which type of tea to serve while our world is turning upside down."
Finally, what should we be watching for next in this ever-evolving saga?
What to watch for next? It's a bit like trying to predict the plot twists in a soap opera, where the writers have collectively taken a few too many caffeine pills. Keep your eyes peeled for the next outrageous tweet, some diplomatic meetings that turn into high-stakes poker matches, and let's not forget the potential celebrity guest appearances from other world leaders. Who knows? Maybe next week's headlines will involve a surprise dance-off between Trump and Xi. Just remember, in geopolitics, anything can happen, and often does. Just keep the popcorn handy.
So Hezbollah has just targeted Israeli tanks with drones for the 33rd time. What's the significance of this escalation?
Oh, just your typical Thursday in the Middle East. I mean, who needs a peaceful resolution when you can have a drone show that's more consistent than my morning coffee routine? It's like they're trying to set a new world record for most tanks turned into expensive scrap metal. You'd think these operators were training for the Olympics, and here we are, the spectators, trying to figure out whether this is the next season's Survivor or Call of Duty, real-life edition. But hey, nothing says diplomacy like a heavyweight drone battle.
What do you think the international reaction will be to these drone strikes?
The international reaction. It's like waiting for a predictable plot twist in a soap opera. You know it's coming, but you still can't look away. Countries will probably release statements faster than I can burn popcorn in the microwave. But will it actually lead to change? Not likely. It's like telling a toddler not to touch a cookie jar. They'll just shove their hand in deeper. Meanwhile, world leaders are probably just shaking their heads and preparing their next conference call. Because those work so well, right?
How do you think Israel is responding to these continued drone strikes?
Israel's response is likely a mix of bewildered shock and an existential crisis. Every time they get hit, they probably look at each other like they just saw their ice cream cone fall to the ground, totally devastated and wondering what went wrong. I mean, let's be honest. Their Merkava tanks are basically the military equivalent of a luxury SUV, so seeing them on the receiving end of drone strikes must feel like a brutal Yelp review. And let's not forget, they'll spend hours analyzing their oops moments while the rest of us grab popcorn and watch the tension unfold.
Could there be any potential consequences from these drone attacks?
Oh, absolutely. Consequences are coming, like that awkward conversation you have with your boss after a long weekend. The kind that keeps you awake at night, sweating like you just watched a horror movie. These strikes could lead to escalated military actions, which is just a fancy way of saying that someone's about to press the go button on an even bigger showdown. And if there's one thing we know, it's that nothing escalates faster than a round of let's see who has the bigger missiles. It's like a really high-stakes game of rock, paper, scissors, but with way more at risk.
What does this mean for the local population caught in the middle of this conflict?
It means their daily lives just became a high-stakes game of dodgeball, but instead of foam balls, we're dealing with drones and missiles. Local folks must feel like they're living in a real-life action movie, minus the fun plot twists and with way more anxiety. You have to wonder, how do you plan a weekend barbecue when every 5 minutes you're ducking for cover like you're on a twisted episode of Survivor? Urban Warfare Edition? It's not exactly an ideal situation for a peaceful life, and yet somehow they manage to carry on, perhaps with a side of dark humor and a lot of resilience.
In conclusion, what's your overall take on the situation?
Well, my overall take is that we're witnessing a rather dramatic soap opera that's been running longer than any of us signed up for. It's like a never-ending sequel no one asked for, but here we are, glued to our screens as the plot twists get crazier. You have drones buzzing around like over-caffeinated bees, tanks getting hit left and right, and all while the international community sits on the sidelines with their popcorn, just trying to make sense of the chaos. If it weren't so serious, it would almost be comical, a dark comedy perhaps. So, buckle up folks, because it looks like this show is sticking around for a while.
Russia's Sarmat missile, a game changer leaving the US behind in global arms race.
Ah, the Sarmat missile, or as I like to call it, Russia's overachieving trophy on the global arms shelf. Putin's bragging about it like a cat bringing home a mouse, while the US is still trying to figure out how to get off the Zoom call with its last missile project. You know, when you're so far behind that you start surfing the internet for how to catch up tutorials, that's where we are. Apparently, while Russia was busy crafting this super weapon, the US was focusing on perfecting the art of the mediocre cruise missile, like Tomahawk, which is great if you're trying to impress a very specific crowd, one that appreciates a good seafood dinner.
What do experts say about the strategic implications of this missile?
Well, experts are saying that the Sarmat is basically Moscow's way of saying, "Don't mess with us." It's like putting up a large neon sign that reads "Warning, area protected by extremely heavy ordnance." They're claiming it's not just a showpiece, though it definitely has that shiny new car effect, right? The reality is, while the US may have been busy playing broccoli versus fries with its missile types, Russia is ahead in the heavy-duty missile category, strutting around like it just won the heavyweight championship of the world. Makes you wonder if the US is planning a comeback, maybe a missile Olympics, where they can qualify for the gold medal, or at least bronze.
How does this impact international relations?
Oh, it's going to make for quite the cocktail party discussion. Picture the geopolitical arena becoming a bit like a reality show, as the missile turns. Every country's watching Russia flex its missile muscles, and frantically trying to decide whether to applaud or panic. It's like that moment when your friend shows up to a potluck with a gourmet dish while you brought chips and dip. The other nations are probably whispering to themselves, should we be impressed or terrified? Because let's face it, no one wants to end up on the wrong side of a Sarmat missile launch, unless they have a death wish or are trying to get on a very exclusive VIP list.
Do you think the US will respond to this technological gap?
Oh, absolutely. You know the US loves a good scramble. It's like watching a bunch of chickens suddenly remember they need to cross the road. Why? Because the other side is where all the good tech is. The Pentagon is probably looking at the Sarmat like it's that super inflated balloon they thought they could just ignore until it pops. They'll either speed up their hypersonic missile projects, or they might just resort to good old American ingenuity and try to reinvent the wheel. Again, let's hope they don't just roll out a new version of the cruise missile and call it Turbo Tomahawk. That could get embarrassing.
What's next for global military technology?
Well, if I had a crystal ball, I'd say we're headed into a future where every country is going to be flexing their tech like it's a gym competition. Imagine a world where each nation is trying to outdo the other like teenagers showing off their latest phone upgrades. Russia is already ahead, and you know the US isn't going to sit back sipping lats while that happens. New alliances might even form, countries teaming up like high school cliques, bonding over the latest missile tech while openly discussing their fear of the Sarmat, like a bunch of teenagers gossiping about the new kid in school. It's all very dramatic, a bit like a Shakespearean play, but with more explosions.
Is this just about missiles, or is there more to it?
Ah, the age-old question of whether it's just arms, or if there's an underlying arms race soap opera happening behind the scenes. Spoiler alert, it's definitely the latter. It's like a high-stakes game of poker. except everyone's holding weapons instead of cards. The Sarmat represents not just a missile, but a whole new chapter in the book of international power dynamics, where everyone's trying to show that they're still relevant. It's much like trying to get noticed on social media. Everyone wants followers, but you don't want to lose your credibility for trying too hard. Right now, Russia is definitely leading, and the US is left with the awkward task of, how do we play catch-up without admitting we were behind in the first place? It's a real nail-biter.
So, I hear Iran has seized a vessel near the UAE, while the US and China are having their little summit. What's the significance of this dramatic turn of events?
Oh, it's just another day in the soap opera that is Middle Eastern geopolitics. Picture this. You've got the US and China trying to play nice, like two kids sharing toy at recess, and then suddenly, Iran pops up like a double agent at a birthday party, crashing the scene and saying, "Hey, look at me. I can take your party favors." It's like they thought, why not turn up the heat and steal a ship while the world's attention is somewhere else? It's peak drama, nothing like a little maritime mischief to spice up diplomatic discussions.
What's the impact of this vessel's seizure on the current geopolitical climate?
Ah, the geopolitical climate. It's like a weather forecast that's always predicting a thunderstorm. You know, it starts off sunny with lots of hopeful headlines, and before you know it, a rogue wave of tension sweeps in, causing everyone to grab their umbrellas. This seizure? It's like a bear in the children's section of a bookstore. Everyone's nervous, and you can just feel the anxiety levels rising. Countries will have to reevaluate their safety nets and potentially stock up on more than just popcorn for the next world conflict.
With tensions escalating, how do you think the US will react to this seizure?
Well, if past behavior is any indicator, the US might respond like a parent who just found out their teenager threw a party without permission. Expect all the classic moves, stern looks, a firm talking to, and possibly a dramatic press conference, where they remind everyone who's the grown-up in the room. And just when you think it's settled, there'll be a tweet that adds even more fuel to the fire, making things even more suspenseful than your favorite reality show. Because who doesn't love a good public dispute with a side of passive aggression?
What does this mean for US-China relations, considering they seem to be trying to work together?
Oh, isn't that adorable? It's like watching an odd couple daintily tiptoe around a bear trap. While they're trying to foster friendship over tea, Iran just comes in with a loud surprise. It's like trying to bake a cake with someone who sneaks in jalapenos instead of chocolate chips. I mean, here you have two superpowers attempting to hash out their differences while Iran is over here throwing a wrench in the works. This might just ice the cake of diplomatic nonsense, and both sides will need to figure out how to slice it without getting burned. Spoiler alert, it's going to be messy.
How do you see regional players responding to this development?
Just picture a game of Jenga, with every piece representing a different country in the region. One wrong move, like Iran seizing a ship, and the whole thing could come crashing down in dramatic fashion. Regional players are probably scrambling like their favorite snack just fell on the floor, panicking and trying to decide whether to grab it or leave it. Some might use this as an excuse to flex their military muscles, while others will go for a more diplomatic approach, pleading for calm like a parent trying to defuse a toddler meltdown. It's a real circus, and all we can do is grab our popcorn and see who throws the next pie.
In light of this incident, what should global observers keep an eye on?
Oh, they should be watching like hawks at a nature documentary. This is prime time for intrigue and drama. Think of it as the Game of Thrones of international relations. Every twist can be bloody and unexpected. Observers should watch for troop movements, potential sanctions, or even hastily arranged diplomatic meetings. Honestly, it's like a cooking show where the ingredients are political alliances and the judges are secretly rooting for chaos. Every episode promises either a groundbreaking deal or just a whole lot of shouting and broken dishes.
So, the Kremlin is blaming Kiev for creating its own catastrophe while promising peace. What do you make of this dramatic turn of events?
Ah, yes. Nothing says peace, quite like a good old blame game. Right? It's like a dysfunctional family reunion where everyone shows up armed with accusations instead of casserole dishes. Peskov's remarks are basically a masterclass in irony. I mean, here's a government that's been handing out war like it's going out of style, now pointing fingers at someone else for doing the same thing. It's like a dog blaming the cat for knocking over the water bowl while they're busy chewing on the couch. Classic projection.
Zelensky came to power vowing to end the war. But it seems things have gone in the opposite direction. How do you interpret this?
Oh, the classic political bait and switch. It's like someone promising you a donut, only to hand you a gym membership instead. Zelensky has become the poster child for expectations versus reality. It's like he found a genie who promised one wish, but instead of peace, he accidentally wished for a sequel to war. The never-ending story. And surprise, surprise, the plot thickens. Now, instead of negotiating peace, they're tangled in a web of politics, corruption, and military tactics. What a delightfully messy situation.
Peskov mentioned that Kiev needs to deal with its corruption. Does he have a point? Or is this just the pot calling the kettle black?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing screams take my advice quite like a speech from a guy in a suit with a direct line to the Kremlin. It's like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, except instead of a rabbit, it's a giant list of hypocritical advice. Sure, Ukraine has its share of corruption, I mean, what government doesn't? But when the Kremlin steps in, it's like the ultimate plot twist. The villain giving the hero tips on how to avoid the dark side. Let's just say Peskov's observations are as credible as a politician at a fundraiser talking about transparency.
What do you think about the efficacy of Kiev's propaganda machine, as mentioned by Peskov?
Ah, the propaganda machine. It's like a blender that only works half the time. Sometimes it whips up a delicious smoothie of information. Other times you just get a chunky mess of confusion. Peskov's comment is a delightful roast, suggesting that Kiev's messaging is about as coherent as a toddler, trying to explain how to build a spaceship. You have to wonder if someone's running the show with an artistic interpretation of the truth. It's like trying to sell snow in Siberia. Good luck with that.
With all this blame and drama, do you think a peaceful resolution is still on the table?
Ah, the elusive peace treaty. It's like that last slice of pizza at a party. Everyone wants it, but it always seems to disappear just when you think you might grab it. With the current back and forth of blame and accusations flying like confetti at a New Year's Eve party, it seems that peace is only accessible through a time machine or a magic wand, or possibly a really good mediator who can get everyone to sit down and agree on what toppings to put on that pizza first. In the meantime, we'll keep watching this fiery circus unfold.
In light of all this chaos, what can we expect next from both sides?
Oh, the future. It's as unpredictable as a cat on a hot tin roof. If I had a crystal ball, I'd probably just see a lot of smoke and mirrors. Expect both sides to continue their dueling press conferences, each trying to outdo the other with dramatic rhetoric and theatrical flourishes. It's like watching a soap opera, where the writers are completely drunk and have lost the plot. So, we can anticipate more accusations, more posturing, and probably a few plot twists that would leave even the sharpest critics scratching their heads. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride.
So, Trump's military threats to China seem to be taking a back seat to peaceful cooperation. What's happening there?
Well, isn't that just the plot twist no one saw coming? It's like expecting a horror movie and getting a rom-com instead. The President of the United States strutting around Beijing without his usual military bravado is about as shocking as a cat video taking over the internet. Apparently, the Pentagon must have misplaced their Intimidate China handbook because they've gone for the let's be friends approach instead. Maybe they figured it was easier to get a seat at the negotiation table with cupcakes than with tanks.
Can you elaborate on how Trump's military leverage has diminished?
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching a magician fumble with his tricks. The flags aren't waving like they used to, and the rabbits aren't coming out of the hat. According to our friendly neighborhood military expert, Trump's military might has turned from a roaring lion into a sleepy house cat. He's missing the ability to flash military strength, which just goes to show that not every superhero wears a cape. Sometimes they just wear golf shoes. It's a curious case of diplomacy, where they'd rather share dim sum than exchange artillery shells.
What role does arms sales play in the US-China relationship?
The spicy chili pepper in the diplomatic soup. Arms sales are like the awkward relative at family gatherings. They always show up uninvited and make things uncomfortable. The US and China seem to be dancing around the topic like it's a game of musical chairs, and no one wants to be the one left standing when the music stops. Selling arms to Taiwan is like trying to sneak a dog into a cat show. Everyone's aware, and it doesn't end well. I guess both sides realized that if they keep handing each other weapons, it's like bringing knives to a butter-cutting contest.
You mentioned peaceful resolution. How has that shifted in their approach?
It's like they both sat down, took a deep breath and thought, hey, war's not really a great way to make friends, is it? The irony is almost laughable. Trump, known for his fiery tweets, is now channeling his inner peace activist, probably while doing yoga. It's hard to believe that the same guy who used to threaten to fire and fury is now playing nice with China, like they are BFFs in an after-school club. Maybe they finally realized that reducing tensions is far more productive than trying to outshout each other at a bar.
What does this shift in approach mean for future US-China relations?
It's like trying to read the weather forecasts in a snowstorm. Everything's a bit unclear. But let's face it, 1 minute they're poised on the brink of war, and the next they're shaking hands over a cup of tea. This newfound cooperation could either be the start of a beautiful partnership or a well-staged performance that ends with everyone throwing popcorn at the screen. If they keep it up, we might just end up seeing Trump and Xi as the ultimate diplomatic buddy cop duo, solving international crises one brunch at a time.
Is there any reason to be cautiously optimistic about this new era in diplomacy?
Cautiously optimistic? That's like saying you're carefully walking through a minefield. One wrong step and boom. But yeah, there's a chance we could see some positive outcomes if they play their cards right. Just think about it. It's like watching two heavyweights swapping punches, then deciding they'd rather share a pizza instead. If they can keep the military rhetoric in check and focus on real issues, we might actually see a diplomatic breakthrough. Of course, this is politics, so I'd keep my popcorn ready. It's bound to be a bumpy ride.
So, Geeta Gopinath claims that the US-China talks mark the end of talent utilization due to a gender representation crisis. What's your take on that?
Yes. Because nothing screams effective diplomacy like two delegations that look like they just stepped out of a 1950s sitcom. I mean, it's 2023. The only thing missing is a smoky bar and a jazz band. The lack of women in those rooms is like hosting a barbecue without any hot dogs. Sure, you have the grill, but who wants to just stare at the flames? Gopinath is absolutely right. They might as well be discussing the weather, or whether pineapple belongs on pizza. At least that way they'd have a hotter topic to chew on.
How does this gender representation issue play into the broader context of global diplomacy?
Oh, it's like trying to bake a cake with only half the ingredients. You end up with a sad, lopsided mess that nobody wants to eat. Gender representation in diplomacy isn't just a box to check. It's essential for bringing diverse perspectives to the table. Otherwise, we might as well have a game of rock, paper, scissors to sort out international disputes. Spoiler alert. Rock beats everything but common sense, which seems to be MIA in those negotiations.
Do you think there are genuine efforts being made to improve gender representation in international affairs?
Sure. If you count sending out a couple of tweets and changing the profile pictures to a rainbow flag as genuine efforts. It's like saying, hey, I recycled this one plastic bottle, I'm practically saving the planet. Actual change takes a bit more than just a social media campaign and a catchy hashtag. You need to roll up your sleeves and dive into the real work, not just serve up empty platitudes like a bad waiter at a restaurant.
What do you think the consequences could be if this gender representation issue continues to be ignored?
Well, ignoring it is like choosing to wear socks with sandals. It just screams, I give up. The consequences are dire. Decisions end up being made by a select few who, let's face it, probably dodged the group project in school. When you exclude half of the population from those critical discussions, you miss out on solutions that could be as revolutionary as inventing sliced bread. Trust me, we need all the brains we can get. Otherwise, we might just end up deciding which shade of beige the world should be.
What would you say is the overarching message Gopinath is trying to convey about talent utilization?
Her message is like a neon sign in a dark alley, hard to miss, but somehow still ignored. When you disregard half of your potential talent pool, you might as well put a help wanted sign on a job that pays in exposure. You're not just sidelining women, you're starved for creativity and innovation. It's like playing poker without any cards. Eventually, someone will figure out you're bluffing, and then it's game over.
Lastly, do you think this issue will ever get the attention it deserves from world leaders?
Ah, yes, world leaders and their attention spans, comparable to that of a goldfish. It takes a monumental event for them to notice anything beyond their own reflection. As long as there's a shiny object, or in their case, oil prices or tariffs, they'll continue to ignore this pressing issue. But hey, we can dream. Maybe one day they'll wake up and realize that including women in these talks is not just a good idea, but it's the only way to avoid an epic facepalm moment for humanity.
So, Israel's defense minister is warning about a potential war with Iran as U.S. negotiations are stalled. What's the latest scoop on that?
Well, it seems like Israel's defense minister's prepping for a game of Risk with Iran, and let me tell you, he's got his army figurines all lined up. Apparently, the negotiations are going about as smoothly as a hippo on roller skates. They're stalled, and everyone knows that when talks break down, the situation can heat up faster than a microwave burrito. It's like they're all waiting for someone to flip the board and declare, checkmate. The only ones getting ready for action, though, seem to be the military strategists polishing their toy tanks, while the diplomats sit around like they're waiting for their coffee orders at a hip cafe.
What do you think this means for the international community?
Oh, just another Tuesday in global politics. It's like watching a soap opera where the plot gets thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Countries are tuning in with their popcorn, and some are even tweeting their hot takes. The international community has to decide if they want to play peacemakers or just stay on the sidelines cheering for their favorite team. Spoiler alert, peacekeepers are usually underfunded and overworked, kind of like the last-minute substitute teacher you had in high school. So buckle up, everyone. We might need to print more popcorn before this drama unfolds.
How does this situation compare to other conflicts in the region?
Oh, it's like comparing apples to oranges, or more accurately, comparing a flaming apple to a bomb-proof orange. Each conflict has its own flavor of chaos, and this one is no different. We've got historical grievances, power plays, and enough tension to power a small country. It's like watching a really bad reality show where no one knows their lines, and the season finale just keeps getting pushed back. Plus, there are enough shifting alliances to make your head spin faster than a DJ at a rave. Just when you think you've got the plot figured out, someone throws in a surprise twist that has you questioning your life choices.
What are the implications for the US's role in this situation?
The US, always the reluctant participant in this geopolitical tug-of-war. It's like that friend who says they'll help you move, but shows up with nothing but a can of soda and regrets. The US has been cruising in the diplomatic lane, but with stalled negotiations, it seems they might have to put the pedal to the metal. The implications? Well, if the situation escalates, the US might find itself in a position where it needs to act faster than a teenager when the Wi-Fi goes down. It's not really a fun role. It's more like being the designated driver at a party, where everyone else is losing their minds.
How are world leaders reacting to these developments?
Oh, they're reacting just as you'd expect, like a bunch of cats watching a laser pointer. Some are leaping into action, others are just swatting at the air, and a few are looking on in bewilderment, wondering when they got invited to this circus. They're probably holding emergency meetings, sending stern letters, and whispering sweet nothings to their security advisors. It's like watching international diplomacy play out as a really awkward game of charades. Everyone knows something's happening, but no one seems to understand what it is. Will they call for an emergency summit, or will they just exchange pleasantries over a game of golf? Stay tuned, folks.
What should common citizens keep an eye on regarding this situation?
The common citizen, the unsung hero in this saga, very much like the sidekick who dies first in action movies. It's essential for ordinary folks to keep their eyes peeled, because, hey, sometimes the news can affect your coffee prices. Keep an ear out for updates, use your favorite news app, and maybe take up meditation because with all this tension, you might need to find your zen amid the chaos. It's also wise to remember that history is important here. Understanding the past can help you make sense of the present, like figuring out why your grandmother always told you not to mix patterns. So, keep that curiosity charged, and don't forget to stock up on popcorn for when the next big episode drops.
Wow, Russian forces launched a drone strike on UN humanitarian office vehicles in Kherson. That's definitely a shocking escalation. What's your take on that?
Oh, just your average Tuesday in international relations. I mean, who doesn't love a bit of aerial bombardment on humanitarian efforts? It's like bringing a bazooka to a bake sale, completely unnecessary and very messy. Apparently, the Russians decided that a peaceful negotiation wasn't dramatic enough, so instead, they opted for a real-life action movie scene. If diplomacy were a dish, they just dumped an entire jar of hot sauce onto it and called it spicy.
What kind of messages do you think this sends globally, especially with the UN involved?
It sends a message as clear as a foggy day in London, which is to say, it's confusing. It's like if your neighbor decided to start a lawn care service, but every time they cut the grass, they set off fireworks. The UN is standing there, waving their hands like, hey, we're just trying to help, while Russia is saying, sure, but can we do it with style? It's an acrobatic circus act, but instead of juggling balls, they're tossing around bombs. Makes you think about what's next on their to-do list, maybe invading a bake sale too?
Is it common for military actions to happen around humanitarian efforts? Or is this particularly outrageous?
Oh, absolutely. Military actions around humanitarian efforts are as common as flies at a picnic. It's practically a tradition. But this takes the cake. It's like scheduling a surprise party while your friend's at a funeral. A tad insensitive, don't you think? It's almost as if the Russians looked at the UN and thought, let's make this as uncomfortable as possible. They really threw etiquette out the window and decided to hijack the humanitarian truck like it's a reality TV show. Stay tuned for next week's episode, When Diplomacy Goes Wrong.
Do you think this will have any immediate repercussions for Russia?
Immediate repercussions? Oh, absolutely. You know, repercussions are like those alarms that go off when you forget to turn off the stove. You only notice when it's too late. The international community will certainly release a statement, possibly using the phrase, deeply concerned, about 50 times. They might even consider sanctions, like telling a toddler that they can't have dessert after they've already had 3 helpings. The Russians will probably respond with a classic, "What are you going to do about it?" It's like a game of chicken, except no one wants to pull over. So buckle up, folks, this ride is about to get bumpy.
What does this say about the state of international relations today?
It says a lot, mostly that international relations resembles a high school cafeteria at lunchtime. You've got cliques, drama, and a whole lot of throwing food at each other. Russia is acting like the cool kid who throws a party and shuts out everyone who doesn't bring chips. Meanwhile, the UN is that sad kid sitting at the corner table, desperately trying to mediate, while also dealing with their own melodramatic problems. It's a classic case of, I'm right, you're wrong, and let's punch each other, instead of talking it out. Truly, the art of diplomacy has turned into the art of passive-aggressive comments over a game of Monopoly.
So what can we expect moving forward from this situation?
Oh, you can expect the usual more shouting from the sidelines, tweets from politicians that sound like they've been written by a very angry parrot, and endless news cycles that won't let this go. It's like watching a soap opera that never ends, the plot thickens, characters come and go, and no one actually resolves anything. The situation will probably escalate, de-escalate, then escalate again, all while the world stands by with popcorn. Meanwhile, the experts will be scratching their heads, trying to figure out if they should focus on sanctions or peace talks. Spoiler alert. They'll end up doing both, and nobody will be happy.
So, there's news that a U.S. spy plane, the RC-135V Rivet Joint, is flying over the Persian Gulf gathering intel on Iran's activities. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, it's like sending your nosiest neighbor on a surveillance mission with a pair of binoculars and a notepad, hoping they don't notice they're being a total creep. This plane is basically the world's worst-kept secret. You'd think they'd at least give it a cool name like Operation Nosy McNoseface. Gathering intel? More like gathering gossip. I can almost hear the pilots arguing over who gets to take the first sip of the drama latte while they spy on Iran's rooftop barbecues and secret TikTok dances.
What kind of intel are they really expecting to gather from this mission?
Oh, You know, just the usual. Like figuring out whether Iran's latest secret weapon is actually just a really impressive falafel recipe, or if they've turned their nuclear ambitions into a reality TV show. I mean, let's be honest, if they get intel on the latest gossip in Tehran, that might be more valuable than anything military-related. Breaking. Iran's bread recipe draws international attention. It's like watching a soap opera where everyone's secretly plotting, but also really good at making pastries.
Do you think this is the best approach for the US to take in dealing with Iran?
Well, in the grand game of international chess, sending a spy plane over is like using a pawn to threaten the queen. Sure, it's dramatic, but if it causes a checkmate, it could be the worst move ever. I mean, the US could also just send a postcard that says, "Wish you were here, not for the beaches but for the surveillance," and save on fuel. But alas, subtlety isn't exactly the strong suit of giant flying metal tubes, is it? It's like trying to play hide and seek with a T-Rex. Not the stealthiest approach.
How do you think Iran will respond to this kind of activity?
Oh, I can just picture it now. They're probably sitting around with their popcorn, thinking, "Ah, look, the Americans are back in our airspace. Distract the dog from barking." It's like a game of cat and mouse, except the cat is wearing a giant top secret sticker on its forehead. Iran's response will probably be a mix of indignation and a funny meme campaign on social media. "Oh no, the rivet joint is here. Quick, post the cat pics." It's hard to take everything seriously when everyone has a smartphone and knows how to meme.
Can this type of surveillance actually lead to any significant change in US-Iran relations?
Ah yes, the age-old question, can spying ever lead to peace, or is it just the world's most awkward first date? It's like showing up at a coffee shop with a notepad and a list of every questionable thing your date has done in the past. Sure, it might make for a great story on a first date, but good luck getting past the initial awkwardness. At best, it might lead to some really tense dinner conversations and a lot of uncomfortable silences. And at worst, well, let's pray we don't end up at the same karaoke bar.
What would be the ideal outcome from such surveillance missions?
Ideal outcome? That's a loaded question. It's like asking for the perfect slice of pizza. Everyone wants it, but no one really agrees on what it looks like. I suppose the dream scenario is that the US gathers enough intel to swing by Iran's next negotiating table, like a seasoned DJ dropping the hottest tracks. "Hey, we know you're up to something, but how about we all just chill and do a group yoga session instead?" But let's be real, most likely we'll just end up with a series of awkward encounters and more diplomatic email threads than actual breakthroughs.
So, Donald Trump recently revealed that Xi Jinping has offered to help with the Iran crisis. What do you think this could mean for international relations?
Oh, you know, just another typical Tuesday in the world of diplomacy, where world leaders swap favors like kids trading Pokemon cards. I mean, who wouldn't want a little help from a leader who's been mastering the art of diplomacy, like it's some kind of secret recipe for a 5-star dish? It's like asking a cat for dog training advice. But hey, if Xi wants to lend a hand, maybe he's just trying to up his karma points while simultaneously making America great again, one questionable alliance at a time.
Isn't it a bit strange for Trump to be welcoming help from Xi? Aren't they usually at odds?
Strange? If you think that's weird, have you ever seen two rival cheerleaders suddenly team up for a dance-off? It's the ultimate plot twist. I mean, Trump and Xi probably argue over whose country has the best fireworks, and then suddenly they're bonded over the mutual love for some spicy Middle Eastern diplomacy. Who needs a sitcom when you've got real life serving up more drama than a soap opera? Sure, they bicker like an old married couple, but when push comes to shove, They might just be each other's best liaison for all things Iran.
What do you think could be the motivation behind Xi's offer?
Motivation behind Xi's offer? That's like trying to figure out why a cat knocks things off the table. There's always a hidden agenda. Perhaps he figured if he can help out with Iran, it's a 2-for-1 deal. International goodwill, and a potential favor down the line. I mean, who doesn't want to be the hero of the day? Plus, it gives him some high ground to stand on back home when he boasts about being the peacemaker while everyone else is just, throwing tantrums. It's like giving someone a cupcake just so they'll agree to stop playing with the fire alarm.
What could the implications be if this offer actually comes to fruition?
Oh, implications, you say? It could be as earth-shattering as finding out that your favorite ice cream brand replaced chocolate chips with broccoli. If Xi and Trump suddenly become buddy-buddy over Iran, we might see a massive shift, like flipping over a chessboard in frustration. It could mean potential peace talks, or on the flip side, it could escalate tensions because, let's face it, diplomacy is just a fancy term for let's see who can outplay the other. So, buckle up, folks. It's going to be quite a ride, and I hope you've got your helmets on.
With the world watching, how do you think this situation will play out in the media?
Oh, the media coverage will be nothing short of a reality show. Think of it as the real world. Global Politics Edition, where every twist serves a dramatic pause, and the commercial breaks just happen to coincide with juicy leaks. I can already hear the headlines. Trump and Xi, a bromance for the ages or just a fling. They'll dissect every word like it's some Shakespearean tragedy. The headlines will go wild. Just wait until they start analyzing Xi's body language, and if he used a handshake or a fist bump. Spoiler alert. It'll be more entertaining than watching grass grow.
Finally, do you think there's any chance this could lead to actual change regarding Iran?
Oh, actual change? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's like expecting a cat to suddenly start fetching sticks. You might get a miracle or just a lot of yawning. If they play their cards right, maybe they'll convince Iran to play nice, at least until the next tweet storm. But let's not hold our breath. This is politics. We might get a shiny new treaty that looks great on paper, but has the effectiveness of a chocolate teapot. So, in summary, expect fireworks, but maybe keep the fire extinguisher handy.
So, it looks like Vietnam just tossed a diplomatic grenade at North Korea. What's the story behind this bold message?
Ah, yes, Vietnam has decided to drop a diplomatic bombshell that could potentially shake up the global power dynamics like a toddler in a room full of fine china. They're sending a message to North Korea that probably reads something like, "Hey, we're not just here for the pho and the beaches. We have opinions too." I mean, who knew that the country famous for its coffee could also brew up some geopolitical intrigue? It's like suddenly realizing your quiet neighbor has a secret life as a spy. But in all seriousness, this could either help smooth things over or blow up like a bad reality show. Either way, I'm sending popcorn to the front row of this drama.
And I hear Sergei Lavrov is off to a BRICS meeting? What's his agenda? Planning a karaoke night or something?
Oh, absolutely. Sergei Lavrov is probably discussing international policies with the same enthusiasm as a cat discussing quantum physics. The BRICS meeting is where the world's emerging economies come together to either form friendships or draw lines in the sand. It's like a high school reunion, but with less nostalgia and more, "Who invited that guy?" Lavrov's probably whispering sweet nothings about trade deals, while secretly hoping no one brings up past grievances. I mean, could you imagine? "Hey guys, remember that little issue we had? Let's not talk about it over drinks, all right?" Well, what could go wrong, right?
Now there are talks between US and China happening in China. What's your take on this tête-à-tête?
Oh, it's like watching two titans of the playground trying to negotiate who gets to swing first. The US and China, sitting across the table, probably like, let's talk about trade, and also why you keep making those weird TikTok dances. It's a delicate dance of economic diplomacy, where every word is chosen as carefully as a child picking candy at a store. You almost expect them to break into a duet of Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye. But in reality, it's more like trying to decide who gets the last slice of pizza at a party. It can get messy, and someone's feelings are definitely going to get hurt.
Putin is meeting with Dilma Rousseff. What's cooking in this meeting?
Ah, the classic, let's see whose economy is struggling less meetup. Putin and Rousseff are probably bonding over global warming, and how their economies are both like a pair of pants, a size too small, squeezing and uncomfortable. I can just picture them exchanging tips on how to deal with sanctions while simultaneously discussing the merits of a good borscht. This is a partnership that screams, we're in this together, like peanut butter and jelly, but a bit more controversial. If nothing else, they'll likely commiserate over their respective political woes, while the rest of the world watches and tries to figure out who's actually on the menu.
And the UAE is waving their hands, denying any secret visits from Netanyahu. What's the deal there?
Oh, the UAE is like that kid in school who gets caught with a suspicious bag of snacks, and suddenly they're like, nope, not mine. The denial is as strong as my urge to avoid the gym on a Monday. You'd think they'd just own up to it and say, yes, we had tea, but it was a really boring tea. Instead, we have the UAE throwing shade like it's a sunbathing contest. It's all very dramatic, and you can almost hear the eye rolling from here. Who knew international diplomacy could be so theatrical? What's next? A reality show starring world leaders called Keeping Up with the Diplomats. I'd watch that.
So, let me get this straight. A Vietnamese grandma scolded the wrong boy for sneaking into an internet cafe and then ended up apologizing and kissing him? What a plot twist! What are your thoughts on that?
Well, isn't that just a classic case of grandma gone wild? I mean, who knew she had a side hustle in mistaken identity? It's like she was auditioning for a reality show called Scold the Wrong Kid. First, she's yanking on the wrong kid's ear like it's a piece of taffy, and then she's dishing out apologies and kissy face like it's Sunday brunch. You can't make this stuff up. And honestly, if that kid didn't already have a grandma, he just got upgraded from a regular internet user to an honorary grandson. Talk about winning the family lottery.
What do you think the boy's reaction was when he realized he was the victim of a grandma mix-up?
Oh, he probably thought he was about to get roasted like a marshmallow over an open fire. Here he is, minding his own business, just trying to level up in some video game, and then boom! Grandma's hot on his trail, ready to unleash a tirade that could make a seasoned sailor blush. But when he realized it wasn't even his grandma, I bet he was like, well, this is a plot twist even M. Night Shyamalan would envy. And honestly, who wouldn't be amused at getting scolded by a stranger? I mean, it's free therapy. She should charge for that kind of performance.
It's interesting how the internet reacted to this story. What does that say about our society today?
Oh, the internet's reaction says everything, doesn't it? We live in a world where a boy can get accidentally scolded by a grandma from a different zip code, and suddenly, it's trending like the latest TikTok dance challenge. It's like people are saying, finally, some wholesome content amidst the chaos. Everyone's laughing and posting memes, while somewhere out there a grandma is wondering why her grandkid isn't picking up the phone anymore. The moral of the story? If you're going to scold a kid, at least make sure he's yours. Otherwise, you'll end up as the star of a reality show that no one signed up for.
Do you think this grandma will be more careful in the future when scolding children?
Oh, absolutely. She's going to be like a hawk next time, swooping in with a magnifying glass, checking IDs, and possibly doing background checks. I can hear her now. Excuse me, young man, but what's your last name? Are you even related to me? It's a new level of grandmaing we didn't know we needed. This incident has probably sparked a whole new generation of cautious grandmas who will not rest until they verify a kid's family tree before even thinking of reaching for their ears. I mean, can you imagine the future? Sorry, honey, but I can't scold you unless I see a birth certificate first.
What do you think the boy learned from this whole experience?
Oh, I reckon he learned a lot. Most importantly, he now knows the value of being cautious around older women. He's probably going to think twice before he sneaks into another internet cafe. Every time he hears a cane tapping, he'll be thinking, is that grandma? Or just another possible ear puller? Plus, he's got a funny story to tell for the rest of his life. Imagine him at parties. Yeah, I once got scolded by a grandma who mistook me for some other kid, and let me tell you, it was awkwardly hilarious. That's the kind of icebreaker that makes you the life of the party. He's practically got a new superpower, the ability to turn any situation into a comedy show.
Any final thoughts on this bizarre yet amusing situation?
Just that it feels like we live in a sitcom sometimes. You can't turn on the news without it feeling like a series of misadventures featuring quirky characters. I mean, you've got your dramatic headlines, and then there's this grandma story that makes you feel warm and fuzzy. Like a bowl of chicken soup, or maybe just chicken noodle soup with a side of chaos. So, here's to the grandmas of the world. May they always be a little confused but never lose their lovable touch. Because honestly, if we can't laugh at a grandma accidentally scolding the wrong kid, then, what's even the point of living?
So, the China-US summit could lead to some groundbreaking results if both sides are willing to compromise. What's your take on that?
Oh, absolutely. It's like trying to convince two stubborn toddlers to share a toy. Utter chaos with a hint of sincerity. I mean, after all the verbal sparring in the past 2 presidential terms, you'd think they'd just sit down and play nice. But here we are, with both sides needing to do a little tango of compromise. The stakes are high, and Trump's feeling the heat, kind of like a turkey in an oven during Thanksgiving. Prices are soaring, inflation is knocking at the door like an overzealous salesman, and let's not forget the looming election, where every promise is basically a shiny balloon that pops with a single prick. So yes, breakthroughs could happen, but only if each side can find their inner adult and let go of some precious toys.
What do you think about the expert mentioning the US approach to China becoming more reasonable?
Oh sure, more reasonable is the diplomatic version of saying they've finally stopped flinging temper tantrums like they're at a birthday party with a piñata. You know, after years of yelling, "You're wrong," from one side and "No, you're wrong" from the other, they finally realized they could actually sit down, maybe even share some snacks. Assuming the snacks aren't tariffs, of course, the US is starting to understand China's strengths, which is like realizing that, yes, your cat can indeed catch mice. After all this rancor, maybe they'll consider making a deal instead of just making noise. But let's not hold our breath. This isn't exactly a Hallmark movie ending.
The expert believes that significant breakthroughs in trade and economic cooperation are possible. How realistic is that?
Oh, totally realistic. If you're living in a parallel universe where unicorns negotiate treaties over rainbows, look, every time they mention cooperation, It's like saying you'll finally get along with your ex, while both of you are still eyeing the last slice of pizza with suspicion. Sure, they might reach some sort of agreement, but it's more likely to look like a poorly stitched quilt than a masterpiece. You've got both sides, stubbornly clutching their grievances, like they're holding on to golden tickets. The real question is whether they'll realize that sometimes you have to cut loose a thread to make the whole thing fit better. So, let's just say, I'm cautiously optimistic, like a cat watching a dog, ready to make a hasty escape if needed.
What challenges do you think they'll face in the negotiations about export controls?
Oh boy. That's like asking a toddler to stay away from a cookie jar. The negotiation over export controls is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, blindfolded, complicated and full of twists that nobody wants to take. The US is applying pressure on technology and trade like it's doing leg day at the gym. Painful and torturous. It's like a game of chess where every move is scrutinized, and if one player makes a mistake, the whole board could go flying. The tough part will be getting both sides to agree on what to keep in the sandbox and what to kick out. I mean, who knew controlling exports could become a battleground where both are armed with nothing but stubbornness and bad coffee?
In light of everything happening, what's your prediction for the summit?
Oh, predictions. It's like trying to forecast the weather while standing in a tornado. I'd say expect a lot of grandstanding, more photo ops than a Hollywood premiere, and some half-hearted smiles that would make even a mannequin seem genuine. They'll come out waving their hands, declaring victory like they've just found the last parking spot at the mall during the holidays. Will any real change happen? Maybe. But it'll be like getting a salad at a barbecue. Nobody really wanted it, but it shows they're trying to be healthy. In the end, they'll probably unveil a joint statement that's as vague as a fortune cookie. So, grab your popcorn. It's bound to be a show.
How do you see the impact of the upcoming US elections on the summit?
The elections. It's like the elephant in the room wearing a party hat and juggling pineapples. You can hardly ignore it. The impending election is a pressure cooker, and Trump's handling it like a chef with too many pots on the stove. Something's gonna boil over. He'll want to show he's tough on China, yet also needs to appease the folks back home with something shiny to keep them distracted. Every little move will be scrutinized like it's a TikTok dance challenge. Everyone's ready to critique it. So, the summit could feel like a balancing act on a tightrope, where one missteps could send everyone into a spiral. As always, let's just hope they remember to pack their sense of humor.
So, Admiral Cooper's silence on the US bombings in Iran has everyone scratching their heads. What's your take on that?
I mean, when you think about it, Admiral Cooper's silence is like finding a mime at a karaoke bar. Awkward, uncomfortable, and you're just waiting for someone to break the ice. It's as if he's on some sort of top-secret mission to ignore the elephant in the room. Or maybe he's just saving his breath for the next round of underwater basket weaving. Who knows? I guess when you're faced with public outrage, the best course of action is just to not engage, right? Public Relations 101. Keep your head down and hope everyone forgets you exist.
Some are saying his silence is kind of telling. Do you think he's trying to distance himself from the controversy?
Oh, absolutely. It's like he's trying to be the cool kid in school who just doesn't want to deal with the drama, you know? Sitting at the lunch table with a sandwich while everyone else is arguing about why the cafeteria's spaghetti tastes like cardboard. I mean, distancing yourself from a controversy is one thing, but at this rate, he might as well start handing out "I'm not here" t-shirts. I can hear him now. I'm just a sailor, not a schoolyard referee.
Is there any chance we could see a change in tone as more information about the bombings comes to light?
Sure, if by change in tone you mean a symphony of excuses performed by the world's most talented dodgers, then absolutely. It's like waiting for the other shoe to drop. But in this case, it's more like a whole closet full of shoes being airdropped. As the details emerge, you can bet there'll be a carefully crafted response that involves as much sincerity as a cheap used car salesman. Better grab the popcorn because it's going to be a show.
What do you think the public reaction has been to his lack of comments?
Oh, it's been a roller coaster. People are reacting like kids who just learned there's no dessert after dinner. The outrage is palpable, akin to finding out that the Wi-Fi is down during your favorite series finale. In this day and age, silence is as golden as a toilet seat. It just doesn't belong. The public's out there, forming opinions faster than you can say, free speech, and trust me, they're not shy about it. Buckle up, because social media is just waiting to explode in a way that would make a volcano jealous.
In your opinion, is this the sort of situation that could have been handled better?
I mean, that's like asking if you could handle a wasp nest better by not poking it with a stick. Obviously, the answer is yes. They could have come out swinging with some heartfelt statements, maybe even a light-hearted meme or two. You know, oops, we may have bombed a few buildings. My bad. But instead, we get the classic maneuver of doing the ostrich, burying their heads in the sand. Not the greatest PR move since the invention of the surprise party? And let's just say, this is one surprise nobody wanted.
Lastly, could Admiral Cooper's strategy of silence impact future military decisions?
Oh, undoubtedly. If there's one thing that teaches a lesson, it's silence, like when your parents didn't say anything when you accidentally set the kitchen on fire. The military might start thinking that silence is the best strategy for every impropriety. Pretty soon, they'll think they should just post "Do Not Disturb" signs on all their controversial decisions. Let's hope they realize that silence might not be golden, but instead could be the color of a deepening crisis dialogue, like a bad sequel no one asked for.
So, we just heard about this catastrophic storm in northern India that claimed 56 lives. What are your thoughts on the situation?
Well, you know, it's just another Tuesday in the world of weather extremes. I mean, who needs a disaster movie when you can just flip on the news, right? It's like Mother Nature decided to go all in at the poker table of chaos and accidentally raise the stakes to a tragic level. Buildings collapsing, rain pouring down like it's auditioning for a role in a melodrama. 56 people losing their lives is a stark reminder that we should probably keep our umbrellas handy and our construction standards higher than 5-star hotel ratings.
What does this say about infrastructure in regions prone to severe weather?
Oh, it says so much. It's like the builders took a sabbatical to go learn how to make sandcastles, instead of actually constructing buildings fit for a monsoon season. I mean, if people are getting trapped under rubble like it's a game of Twister, we really need to rethink our approach. Maybe there should be a weather app that not only tells you the forecast, but also rates the structural integrity of nearby buildings. Rain expected? Don't bother with that cafe unless you want a side of collapsing roof.
Do you think there are lessons to be learned from this disaster?
Absolutely. Grab your notepads, folks, because it's time for some serious learning. It's like when you touch a hot stove and realize, hey, this is a bad idea. There are engineers and city planners who could be taking notes, at the very least. Maybe invest in some sturdier materials or, just avoid putting your homes directly under potential lightning rods. Lesson 1. Don't build where rainstorms feel the need to audition for a role in the perfect storm too.
How does the reporting on such tragedies usually affect public perception of climate change?
The classic, "What's the weather doing today?" narrative with a side of climate change. You see, every time a disaster strikes, it's like climate change gives a little fist bump to the media. People suddenly start connecting dots, but let's be honest, most would still struggle to connect their Wi-Fi. They'll think, "Oh look, storms are getting worse. Could it be?" Nah, it's probably just the universe's way of trying to win a reality show.
What do you think the international response should be?
Should we just send thoughts and prayers? Or do we actually step up like the Avengers but without the spandex suits? It's tough. Maybe we could send in some relief packages with a few construction blueprints alongside, just for good measure. Or even better, how about we recruit some engineers who are actually good at their job? Let's turn those sympathy tweets into actual responses instead of just increasing the hashtag count. Pray for rainy days in India isn't going to rebuild a roof, my friend.
What can be done to prevent such catastrophic events in the future?
Well, first things first. Maybe we should stop tempting fate with half-hearted construction. You know, it's like trying to build a sandcastle at low tide, expecting the ocean to play nice. Perhaps there should be mandatory training for builders, focusing on, say, making buildings that are actually prepared for weather events that sound like they're straight out of a disaster flick. But here's the kicker. Until we take climate change seriously and invest in robust infrastructure, we're just setting ourselves up for another rainy day. Literally.
So, it seems like the US is becoming a nation of surveillance cameras. Are we really safer under this watchful eye, or is it just a recipe for paranoia?
Ah, the sweet sound of progress. Or should I say, the beeping of another surveillance camera locking eyes on you like a digital love story gone wrong. We've got over 85 million cameras capturing our every move like a bad reality show, and honestly, if being filmed 24/7 is our idea of safety, then I guess I should feel really safe. Or maybe just really, really uncomfortable, wondering if my dance moves in the living room are going to go viral. I mean, I'd love to see some stats on how many crimes were stopped because someone decided to photobomb a security camera with their latest TikTok dance.
You bring up an interesting perspective. With all the cameras, do you think our privacy is a thing of the past?
Privacy? Oh, that old chestnut. It's like that one drawer in your kitchen. You know it's there, but you never really open it because you don't want to deal with the chaos inside. We're living in an age where our privacy is taken a back seat, like it's the designated driver after one too many drinks at a party. I mean, we're practically begging for someone to take a snapshot of us while we attempt to have a private meltdown over our morning coffee. At this point, the only privacy we have left is the one we pretend to have behind our closed bathroom doors, and even that's shaky ground given the latest smart mirrors.
Speaking of technology, how do you think people feel about being constantly monitored, especially considering the amount of data being collected?
Oh, the bliss of being monitored is like a warm hug from your worst enemy. We're handing over our data like it's candy at a Halloween party, and then we're shocked when the big tech goblins come knocking at our door asking for more. It's like saying, "Hey, would you like to buy this shiny new gadget that watches me while I binge-watch reality shows? Oh, and don't worry, it won't tell my friends about my secret popcorn addiction." People, these are suspicious, but then they also love the convenience. It's a classic case of wanting our cake and eating it too, only to realize that the cake is being documented by a camera watching our every guilty bite.
In the midst of all this surveillance, do you think people feel safer, or are we just kidding ourselves?
Feeling safer? That's a tricky one. It's like saying that wearing a helmet while riding a unicycle on a tightrope makes you invincible. Sure, you might look the part, but one wrong move and boom, down you go. Sure, cameras might deter a few petty crimes. Perhaps a mugger will think twice before stumbling into the spotlight of 47 cameras, but let's not kid ourselves. We're all just living in a high-tech episode of Big Brother where we think we're the stars, but really, it's just a cringy reality show where we have to sign a waiver and keep our faces camera ready.
What about the companies behind these cameras? Are they just cashing in on our fear?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a modern-day gold rush, except instead of gold, everyone is mining our anxiety levels. These companies have figured out that fear is like a high-octane fuel for business. Throw in a dash of, but we're keeping you safe, and voila, you've got a recipe for profit. It's the ultimate irony. We pay them to watch us, and they giggle all the way to the bank while we worry about who's watching us. It's like they're saying, "Thank you for your trust. Now, here's a subscription plan for an all-access pass to your own life. We'll even throw in a cute little notification every time someone approaches your house. Aren't we sweet?"
Finally, what's the bottom line? Are we destined to live in a surveillance state forever, or do you see a shift happening?
The bottom line? It's like trying to find the bottom of a bag of chips. You think you're there, then realize you've been snacking on air. Are we destined for this future? Who really knows? It's like watching a suspenseful thriller where you're convinced the plot twist will make everything better, only to discover the twist is just more surveillance. But I'd like to believe we're smarter than that. Perhaps one day we'll collectively rise up and demand our privacy back, or at least negotiate a better deal. We'll let you watch us, but only if you promise to stop following our pizza orders. The future's wide open, and honestly, sometimes it feels like we're in the driver's seat. As long as that driver is monitored too.
So, it turns out a former presidential aide is behind bars for 60 days in this massive corruption scandal involving 460 million UAH. What's your take on this jaw-dropping news?
Yes, the kind of scandal that makes you wonder if they were building luxury homes or just an extravagant casino for high rollers. I mean 460 million UAH? That's enough to buy a small country, or at least a nice sandwich in a fancy cafe. It's like winning the lottery, but instead of a ticket, you just have questionable connections and a talent for creative accounting. And let's not forget the 60-day stay in the slammer. Talk about the world's longest time out. It's like putting a kid in the corner, but with more orange jumpsuits.
Yermak's communications are being limited with other suspects and witnesses. Do you think this could really help the case, or just make it more complicated?
Oh, absolutely. It's like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle blindfolded, while someone keeps yelling at you to stop talking to the other pieces. Because, if you can't chat with your fellow suspects, how on earth can you coordinate which stories to stick to? Maybe they've all got a secret language that involves interpretive dance. But hey, maybe it's for the best. Less chance of them planning a prison break or deciding to form a band called the Corrupt Quartet.
The bail is set at 140 million UAH. How does that sit with you, considering most of us can't even afford to pay rent these days?
Yes, bail money, because nothing says I'm innocent. Like a staggering sum of cash that could keep an entire village fed for a year. 140 million UAH? That's like telling someone they can walk free if they just cough up their entire life savings and possibly the cat's college fund. For the average Joe, that's more like a treasure hunt, minus the treasure, and mostly just despair. It's almost like the judicial system is saying, sure, you can buy your freedom, if you happen to have the GDP of a small island nation lying around. Good luck with that.
What do you think about the amount of money involved in this case? Is it surprising, or just par for the course in politics?
Oh, it's positively delightful, isn't it? I mean, who wouldn't be shocked to find out that politicians are involved in money laundering? It's like discovering that water is wet. At this point, the sheer volume of cash involved makes me wonder if they were planning to solve world hunger or just hosting the most decadent dinner party in history. 460 million surely they could put that money into something a tad more wholesome, like a charity or, I don't know, a snack stand. But I guess that's not as glamorous as building elite residences. Priorities, right?
Given the scale of this situation, what's the likelihood that we will see real consequences for those involved?
Real consequences? Oh, now you're asking for a Christmas miracle. I mean, it's like hoping for a snowstorm in July. In the world of politics, accountability is like that friend who only shows up when there's free food, rare and always questionable. Let's be honest. These folks might just get an all-expenses-paid vacation, courtesy of the state, with a nice little, "please don't do it again," slapped on the bill. I mean, in the realm of politics, you might as well throw in a complimentary handshake and call it a day.
With all these developments, what can we expect to see in the coming days or weeks in terms of public reaction?
Well, we can expect a delightful combination of outrage, memes, and probably a few conspiracy theories thrown in for good measure. Social media will erupt like a soggy firecracker, because nothing generates clicks like scandal. People will be furiously typing while clutching their cups of overpriced coffee, debating whether this is the end of democracy or just another Tuesday in politics. Meanwhile, late-night comedians will have enough material to keep them going for weeks, weaving this scandal into jokes that are probably more truthful than the actual events. So, get ready, folks, it's about to get interesting.
So, the Japanese Prime Minister announced that a ship linked to Japan has dramatically escaped the Persian Gulf after months of tension. What's the scoop on that?
Ah, yes, the epic saga of the Japanese ship that could. After getting stuck like a kid in a candy store with no cash, it finally managed to slink out of the Persian Gulf, crossing the ever-so-dangerous Hormuz Strait like it was just another Sunday cruise. You know, it's kind of like watching a tortoise finally decide to stop napping and get on with its life. And here we are, left with just 39 ships in the Gulf, less than a sitcom's worth of characters. It's like a modern maritime rendition of Survivor, where ships are voting each other off the island one by one.
What were the conditions like for the crew during this whole ordeal?
Well, I imagine being stuck on that ship must have felt a lot like being in a family road trip where everyone forgot to pack the snacks. The 4 members left aboard were probably busting out the emergency rations and debating whether to binge-watch the same old movie for the 3rd time. And while the Prime Minister is busy thanking them for their valiant efforts, I bet these sailors were just hoping for Wi-Fi and a decent pizza delivery service. You can't blame them for wanting to escape both the choppy waters and their own sanity.
How did the government react to this situation?
Oh, the government was all over it like a cat on a sunny windowsill. They swooped in with diplomatic efforts that probably included some very serious phone calls, possibly with the same level of intensity as a high school debate competition. You can picture them now, all suited up, trying to convince the Persian Gulf to play nice, because nothing says global diplomacy like asking nicely. Meanwhile, they're thanking the crew, who are probably just praying for this whole episode to end before they start looking like castaways, trying to build a raft out of old fishing nets.
What does the future look like for the remaining ships in the Gulf?
Ah yes, the future of the remaining fleet, which sounds much more ominous than it actually is. With only 39 ships left bobbing around like corks in a bathtub, they must be feeling a tad lonely. One might wonder if they're planning a support group for ships traumatized by the Gulf of Despair. Will they dip into karaoke nights to cope? Or perhaps start writing a tell-all book about their escapades? At this rate, they might just need a reality show. Keeping up with the cargo. One can only hope they get out of there without getting stuck in a sequel.
Any final thoughts on this maritime drama?
In conclusion, while we watch this maritime drama unfold, it's a reminder that sometimes the most intense plot twists happen at sea, not in Hollywood. And here we thought all the excitement was just reserved for pirates and mermaids. Kudos to the crew for their patience and resilience. They've earned a lifetime supply of sushi after this ordeal. So, here's to nautical nightmares and government interventions. May they be swift and drama-free in the future.
So, the historic 2-hour talks between Trump and Xi resulted in a surprise visit to Heaven's Temple. What do you make of that?
Well, it seems Trump and Xi decided that after 2 hours of political chit-chat, they needed some divine intervention, or at least a photo op that screams, "We're pals now." It's like they went to Starbucks, had a lengthy debate about which blend of coffee is better, and then thought, hey, why not top it off with a selfie at the local cathedral? Nothing says diplomacy like a picturesque backdrop to our negotiations.
What do these talks say about U.S.-China relations today?
The US-China relationship. It's like a marriage where both parties are trying to figure out if they're in it for love or simply for the tax breaks. These talks are like a family dinner where everyone pretends to get along, but you just know someone's going to bring up politics and the whole thing will blow up. With these two, I'm just waiting for the awkward silence followed by a, "Why don't we visit the temple to clear the air?" It's like a ghost dating a vampire. You just hope they don't suck the life out of each other.
What was the significance of their visit to Heaven's Temple?
Yes, nothing says serious politics like a stroll through a temple. It's like saying, we've solved all the world's problems. Now let's meditate and chant our way to global harmony. I mean, they could have gone to a McDonald's or something. But nope, let's aim a little higher, literally. Maybe they were hoping for some heavenly guidance on trade tariffs. I can just picture them whispering, "Dear gods of commerce, grant us a deal that involves fewer noodles and more profits."
Did you expect any major breakthroughs from these talks?
Oh, absolutely. I was expecting a miracle akin to finding a parking spot right in front of the mall during the holiday season. You know, when you think you're about to strike gold, and then it's just a bunch of broken promises and forced smiles. After all that back and forth banter, the only breakthrough we probably got was an agreement to agree to meet again to think about thinking about it. Truly, it's like those motivational posters. They look great until you realize they're just hanging there collecting dust.
What do you think Trump and Xi talked about during those 2 hours?
Oh, I can only imagine, probably about the weather, the stock market, and which one of them has the better golf course. I mean, come on, it was a 2-hour chat. It's like when your parents sit you down for a serious talk about your future, and end up reminiscing about their favorite road trips instead. You just know they covered all the basics. Trade discussions, maybe a quick debate over bubble tea flavors, and then wrapped it up with an agreement to disagree on everything else. Just a normal day in diplomacy, right?
Will this visit change anything in the long run?
If by change you mean a couple of polite smiles and a photo on Instagram, then yes. In the long run, this is about as impactful as a leaf blowing in the wind. Sure, it looks pretty, but let's not kid ourselves. It won't stop the hurricane of trade wars and tariffs heading our way. It's like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, while the iceberg is popping popcorn. and preparing for the main event. So, let's just sit back and watch the drama unfold. Who needs Netflix when you've got US-China relations to binge watch?
So, the US Navy is planning to build this new Trump-class battleship that will run on nuclear power and cost a staggering $17 billion each. What are your thoughts on this?
Ah, yes. The Trump-class battleship, where the only thing more inflated than the price tag is the ego of its namesake. Spending $17 billion on a nuclear-powered battleship seems like something out of a James Bond movie. Except in this case, the villain's lair is just a really expensive dry dock. I mean, sure, it has infinite range, but at this rate, the Navy's going to need a second mortgage just to keep the lights on. It's like ordering a luxury car with diamond-encrusted seatbelts. Fabulous. But do we really need that? And let's not even get started on the maintenance. It's going to need a full-time staff of nuclear physicists just to change the oil.
Given the complexities of nuclear power, do you think this is a wise decision for the Navy?
Ah, the wise decision. That's a phrase as slippery as an oil-slicked deck. Sure, nuclear power can keep these ships running longer than a caffeinated squirrel. But let's face it, with great power comes great responsibility. Or as I like to say, with great power comes great potential for catastrophic events. Can you imagine the phone call? Oops, we accidentally launched a few missiles while trying to microwave a burrito. Plus, it's like handing the keys to a Ferrari to your clumsy uncle. You really have to wonder about the judgment here.
What challenges do you foresee with the nuclear-powered Trump-class battleships?
Challenges? Oh, there are more challenges here than in a toddler's bedtime routine. First off, let's talk about the paperwork. The environmental studies alone will require more trees than the Amazon rainforest. Fine, let's just call it eco-friendly destruction. Not to mention, training the crew on operating a floating nuclear reactor will be like teaching a herd of cats to play poker. Add in public opinion. Because nothing says trust me like a giant floating bomb powered by nuclear energy. Who doesn't want a front row seat to a potential reality show called Nuclear Battleship: The Meltdown Chronicles?
Why do you think the Navy is pushing for this expensive nuclear option now?
Oh, timing is everything, isn't it? It's like buying winter clothes in July. Who would do that? Well, the Navy apparently thinks the political climate is ripe for a nuclear renaissance. Maybe they're hoping to ride the wave of modern military trends. You know, like wearing cargo pants in the 90s? Totally stylish but ultimately regrettable. Plus, if they're going to invest in a battleship that sounds more like a reality TV series than a military asset, they need something to distract us from the fact that we can't find the good donuts in the break room anymore.
How does this decision reflect on military spending in the US?
Oh, military spending in the US? It's like watching someone try to diet while sitting in a bakery. You have to admire the resolve, but at the same time, the choices are baffling. Throwing $17 billion at a nuclear battleship while our infrastructure is, let's say, an interesting work in progress, really raises eyebrows. It's like deciding to build a marble fountain in your backyard while the roof is leaking. Sure, it'll look flashy, but when it rains, you're just going to have a very expensive swimming pool.
What do you think the timeline for getting these battleships into service looks like?
Ah, the timeline. It's like waiting for a bus that keeps getting delayed. Only this bus is a literal floating fortress. They say they'll have the first two ready around 2030 and 2031. But let's be honest. We all know that's subject to change. I mean, at this rate, I might have grandkids before they actually set sail. And every year they push it back, we can expect to hear the same excuses. Oh, we're waiting on parts. Or, we accidentally built it with a sunroof. It's like waiting for a miracle, but instead, We're just getting a very expensive paperweight.
So, it seems the US has orchestrated quite the spectacle to oust Zelensky amidst these corruption scandals. Can you break that down for us?
Oh sure, because nothing says friendship like a well-timed political coup, right? So, picture this. Zelensky, once the star player on the world stage, suddenly finds himself sidelined. Think of him as the quarterback who, after throwing one too many interceptions, is now wearing a benchwarmer's jersey. The US, like a coach who's lost faith in the game plan, decides to bring in a whole new strategy, calling in the troops from the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, which suspiciously sounds like a superhero team, but instead, they're just here to serve papers and ruin your brunch plans.
And Yermak's arrest seems to be a major plot twist. What do you think that means for Zelensky?
Ah yes, the arrest of Yermak. It's like finding out your best friend has been living a double life as a secret agent. But instead of being cool and clandestine, it's all about laundering money for luxury housing. Who knew playing Monopoly with real money could land you in jail? This basically sets the stage for Zelensky as the next target in the corruption game. It's like being in a game of poker where the rules keep changing, except that the house always wins, and right now, it's Washington, D.C.
What about the alleged discussions with a fortune teller? That's quite a revealing detail.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing instills confidence in a leader quite like consulting a crystal ball for policy advice. I mean, what's next? A Ouija board for foreign relations? This revelation is like finding out the CEO of a tech company is using a magic 8-ball to make quarterly forecasts. Talk about losing credibility. If Zelensky wanted to invoke the spirits, he could have at least chosen a tarot reader with a better track record. Now, the public is left wondering if their decisions are more based on the star or the fool.
And the media coverage from Tucker Carlson must be adding fuel to the fire. What's the significance of that?
Ah, yes, Tucker Carlson, a man who could probably turn a rabbit into a national crisis. When he starts airing grievances about Zelensky being a power-hungry, drug-loving dictator, you know the plot is thickening faster than a questionable gravy. This kind of media spectacle doesn't just damage reputations. It's like throwing gasoline on an already raging fire. It's hard to come back from that when your image is being crafted by someone whose idea of fact-checking is probably just asking his dog.
It appears the US is playing a long game here with a strategic approach. What's your take on that?
Oh, the old long game strategy? Classic. It's like a chess match where your opponent is suddenly offering to play checkers instead. But you know they've got a hidden stash of chess pieces. The US is basically saying, hey, let's dismantle your entire image and then proceed with the official charges. Nothing like slowly pulling the rug out from under someone while they're doing a delicate dance. If Zelensky thought he was just in for a simple political debate, surprise! It's a full-blown episode of Survivor, Ukraine edition.
Timing is critical, especially with new developments in Ukraine. Any thoughts on that?
Timing? Oh, it's everything. It's like planning a surprise party and knocking on the door just as your friend is about to leave for a 6-month cruise. With Ukraine breaking deals and issuing strange decrees, you can almost hear the clock ticking in the background. Beware of anyone who shows up with a cake and a whistle when the world is holding its breath. It's like a dramatic play where the script just keeps changing, and the audience is left wondering if this is the finale or just intermission.
So, Trump just announced that Xi promised no military aid to Iran while discussing oil trade. What's your take on that?
Well, isn't that a surprise? I mean, It's not like we were expecting a military parade in Tehran sponsored by Beijing anytime soon, although that would definitely boost the tourist trade. It's like watching a high-stakes poker game where no one knows the rules. Trump and Xi are making deals over oil while simultaneously playing "don't ask, don't tell" about military support. It's like saying, "Sure, I won't bring a tank to your barbecue if you keep the ribs coming." I guess we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Until the next tweet comes out, of course.
What do you think the implications are of Xi's vow not to provide military aid?
The implications, it's like a soap opera plot twist. One minute Xi is the villain, ready to drop tanks like confetti, and the next he's saying, "Nah, I'm good, just pass the oil and we'll call it a day." This actually opens the door for some serious diplomatic dance-offs. Picture it, Trump, Xi and Iran, all doing the cha-cha while trying to figure out who's buying lunch. It means that for now, Iran is left with less firepower, which is fantastic. Unless you're trying to throw a surprise birthday party for a dictator, then it's a disaster. But hey, anything to keep the oil flowing, right?
Do you see this impacting US-China relations?
Oh, absolutely. This is like pouring gasoline on a lukewarm friendship and watching it ignite. One moment they're in a diplomatic embrace, and the next, it feels like a bad breakup, where one party is trying to take all the mutual friends. If Xi is playing nice now, you can bet next week he'll be looking for a new way to tweak Uncle Sam's nose. You can practically hear the negotiations. "You won't sell military aid to Iran? Fine, but you owe me a sweet trade deal over here." It's like high school drama, except with more oil and slightly less pettiness. Oh wait, scratch that.
What do you think are the motivations behind China's oil purchases from Iran?
Well, motivations are like onions. They have layers, and they can make you cry if you aren't careful. China is eyeing Iran's oil like a kid in a candy store, trying to stock up before the store runs out or the prices go up. It's cheaper than therapy. They're diversifying their oil sources and putting all their eggs in a very colorful basket. That basket just happens to have sanctions written all over it. So it's basically a game of musical chairs. They're getting what they need while hoping everyone else is too busy to notice. If anything, it's a signal that China wants to play hardball, but they also don't want Uncle Sam to come knocking with a baseball bat.
Could this be a strategic move for both nations involved?
Oh, it's definitely strategic. It's like chess, except with more oil and fewer pawns. Xi is playing 4D chess while Trump is still figuring out checkers. By promising no military aid, Xi is giving Trump a little bit of a bone while simultaneously keeping Iran in his back pocket. A classic 2-for-1 deal. Meanwhile, Trump can strut around like he just won the lottery, claiming he's a diplomatic genius while the world goes, "Wait, what just happened?" It's quite the strategic twist. Who knew international relations could be so entertaining? Somebody get me popcorn.
How might Iran react to this announcement?
Oh, Iran's reaction will be like watching a soap opera reveal. They're probably flipping through their contact list right now, looking for a backup supplier, or maybe a new best friend. It's like being the kid left out of the birthday party after you thought you were the guest of honor. They might throw a fit, or they could play it cool and pretend they never needed military aid in the first place. Oh, we weren't really into that anyway. They'll likely look for other allies, like that friend who shows up late to the party demanding attention. Meanwhile, I can only imagine the internal debates. Do we retaliate, or do we just huff and puff about it? In international politics, it's all about the drama.
Shocking plea. Pete Kegsbreath demands $1.5 trillion for defense. Is this the new normal?
Ah, yes, Pete Kegsbreath. The name alone sounds like a character from a bad sitcom trying to sell you insurance. Seriously, When did we start treating defense funding like a crowdfunding campaign? What's next? GoFundMe for national security? Here's your chance to invest in our missiles, folks. They'll definitely return a profit, or at least a missile. It's like he's doing a dramatic reading from an overpriced motivational poster. Invest now. Defend later. Who knew national defense could have a price tag that rivals a small country's GDP? I half expect him to throw in some free stickers with every donation.
Do you think this kind of request is taken seriously or just a bizarre publicity stunt?
Honestly, it's like watching a magician pull a rabbit out of a hat, but the rabbit is just a big bag of taxpayer cash. Is it serious? I mean, it depends on how you define serious. If you mean, is he going to get a robust round of applause from a room full of lobbyists? Then sure. But if you mean, is the average American going to chip in their last $5 to fund this? That's like asking a cat to do taxes. It's just not going to happen. It's almost like he thinks we're all just sitting around with pockets full of cash, ready to fund his whimsical adventures in militarization. I can picture it now. Dear Americans, for just the price of a fancy coffee every day, you too can have peace of mind, or at least a new fleet of shiny jets.
What's the reaction likely to be from politicians about this funding plea?
Oh, politicians are probably scrambling like they're in a three-legged race at a summer picnic trying to figure out how to respond without stepping on each other's toes. You know, like, I support Kegsbreath. But not like that. I mean, I support him from a distance, like a friend you wave to across a crowded room. And by support, I mean I'll write a strongly worded letter to my secretary. It's like they're trying to balance on a tightrope without a safety net, while juggling flaming torches. You can just picture them Googling how to say, "Hey, this is a ridiculous idea, but I still want your votes next election." It's always a fun game of political hot potato.
Could this lead to changes in how defense budgets are approached in the future?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if Kegsbreath's video hits the sweet spot of making everyone feel inspired to cough up cash, next thing you know, they'll be rolling out ads like they're selling the latest iPhone. You might see commercials on TV like, "Tired of your old military? Upgrade today to the latest model featuring more drones and fewer human rights concerns." It's like a shopping mall, but instead of buying clothes, you're buying defense contracts. Who wouldn't want to be part of that exclusive club? Join now and receive a complimentary suitcase full of military-grade snacks. At this point, our defense budget might as well come with a loyalty program. 10 years of continuous support gets you a free tank.
What impact might this have on the global stage?
Honestly, it could be like throwing a brick into a pond and watching the ripples spread. Some countries are going to see Kegsbreath's plea and think, "Oh great, they're doubling down on their arms race. Must be nice to have that kind of disposable income." Meanwhile, others might be chuckling and thinking, "Look at these Americans trying to crowdsource their military. What's next? A peace treaty sponsored by Starbucks?" The world stage is a bit of a circus already, and I don't know if Pete just added a flaming hoop to jump through or a clown car full of ideas. Either way, I hope he brought his popcorn, because this show is only getting started.
What does this say about priorities in U.S. spending?
If this request doesn't scream priorities, I don't know what does. It's like having a friend who always asks to borrow money for rent but spends their cash on concert tickets. "Oh, you want $1.5 trillion for defense? Sure. But don't forget the $500 billion for that new luxury yacht we need to defend our interests at sea." It shows that instead of investing in, say, education or healthcare, there's always a shiny new toy when it comes to military spending. Next, they'll have a sale on bombs. Buy one, get one free. It's almost a competition to see who can throw money at the biggest problem instead of finding real solutions. It's like trying to fix a leaky sink by throwing dollar bills at it and hoping the leak magically stops.
So, it seems like China and the US are trying to build a relationship. Can you break that down for us?
Oh, sure, because nothing says, let's be friends like a tense handshake over a disputed island. It's like trying to build a sandcastle while the tide is coming in. Xi Jinping and President Trump apparently decided that instead of throwing rocks, they'd rather throw a diplomatic pancake. Who knew that the key to world peace was just more meetings on Zoom? And let's not ignore how they want better communication between their military forces, which might lead to a new reality show. Keeping up with the military communications. Spoiler alert. It's just a lot of "can you hear me now?" and awkward silences.
What should we make of Xi's comments about Taiwan?
Ah yes, the Taiwan issue, the hot potato of international relations. It's like that one topic at family dinners that everyone avoids, except in this case it could lead to a global potluck of chaos. Xi's careful approach towards Taiwan is as delicate as balancing a spoon on your nose while riding a unicycle. The man's got to tread lightly, or he might trigger a storm, and not the kind you can just umbrella your way out of. I mean, does anyone else find it ironic that "careful" is a phrase being tossed around when these two countries could potentially duke it out over a tech war? The stakes have never been higher, folks.
What about the collaboration they mentioned in trade and health? Is that realistic?
Oh, absolutely. Because nothing screams "let's work together" quite like a trade agreement that's more complicated than assembling IKEA furniture. They're trying to coax cooperation out of a relationship that's been built on mutual distrust and, let's face it, a lot of eye-rolling. It's like saying two cats can share a litter box successfully. Sure, it's theoretically possible, but good luck with that. And if they think they can just swap agricultural tips while keeping cyber espionage on the back burner, well, they're going to need a bigger pot for this stew.
Do you really think this new era is going to change things, or is it just more talk?
Oh, this is high-stakes poker, my friend, but the chips are made of cotton candy. Sure, they're talking about a new era, but I've heard that line before, probably from a time-traveling politician stuck in a time loop. It's like trying to convince everyone that this time, the sequel to a terrible movie will actually be good. Spoiler, it rarely is. This might just be one of those moments where they pat each other on the back, and then go right back to throwing darts at each other's economic policies. The only way this new era becomes anything substantial is if they both sign those agreements in blood. And I'm talking metaphorical blood here, of course.
Do you think the average person will notice any impact from these discussions?
You bet. It's going to be a huge wake-up call for anyone who thought international relations were just boring meetings with bad coffee. The average Joe might not notice right away, but if their favorite tech gadgets start costing more than a small country's GDP, they'll definitely take notice. Picture this. One day you're buying a smartphone that's cheaper than a cup of overpriced coffee, and the next day you're forced to sell a kidney just to afford the latest model. So yes, when their wallets start feeling a little lighter, the average person will suddenly feel like an unintended participant in this dramatic geopolitical ballet.
So, what's your final thoughts on this groundbreaking relationship?
In conclusion, we're all just spectators at a circus, watching two clowns juggle chainsaws while trying not to trip over their own egos. This groundbreaking relationship is like trying to stabilize a seesaw in a windstorm. Every attempt at balance is met with a gust of unpredictability. I mean, sure, it could be the dawn of a beautiful new friendship, or just one more episode of As the World Turns, where everyone's tuning in just to see what disastrous plot twist comes next. Buckle up, folks, because the only certainty in this relationship is that it will be anything but boring.
So, it seems like American entrepreneurs are really itching to get their foot in the China door after their meetings with Xi Jinping. What's going on there?
Oh, just your average group of American entrepreneurs gathering around like moths to a flame, hoping to chit-chat with Xi Jinping about how to turn their dreams of prosperity into a glorious financial buffet in China. Because why not? It's not like they've heard about any complexities there, right? I mean, who needs to worry about trade wars or human rights when there's a big old market full of potential waiting for them? They probably think they can just walk in, flash their shiny business cards, and boom, instant partnership. It's like showing up at a potluck with a microwave dinner and expecting filet mignon in return.
What kind of cooperation are they hoping to establish with China exactly?
Ah, the age-old question. What does cooperation really mean? For them, it's probably something like, hey, you take our tech, and we'll take your cheap labor, and we'll pretend like we're best buddies while we do it. It's the kind of relationship that my neighbor has with their lawn gnomes. Looks cozy, but at the end of the day, it's all just for show. They envision collaborations that are sweeter than pie, but let's be real. Navigating Chinese regulations is like trying to play chess with a pigeon. It's messy, confusing, and when you think you've got it figured out, the pigeon just poops on the board.
Do you think these entrepreneurs have any idea what they're getting into?
Oh, absolutely not. They're probably thinking it's going to be like a magical dragon ride at Disneyland, filled with wonder and opportunity. In reality, they'll find themselves stuck in a labyrinth of regulations thicker than the plot of a soap opera. They might show up excited, armed with PowerPoint slides and dreams of global domination, only to realize 2 hours in that they're just part of a larger game of who can outsmart the bureaucratic beast. Spoiler alert, it's not them. They might want to pack some patience and a sense of humor, because they're going to need both when they face the reality of business in China.
Are there any risks involved in increasing business with China?
Risks? Oh, just a few minor ones like intellectual property theft, sudden regulatory changes, or getting caught in the middle of a geopolitical tiff. The usual Tuesday risks. It's like jumping into a pool without checking if there's water in it first. Sure, you might come out sparkling clean, or you could end up with a very rude awakening, flailing around like an ant on a hot sidewalk. But what's a little risk among friends? These entrepreneurs probably think they can just charm their way through any potential hurdles. I mean, who doesn't want to play hopscotch in a minefield?
Given the current state of US-China relations, do you think this is a wise move?
Wise move? Oh, it's as wise as deciding to host a barbecue at a vegan convention. These entrepreneurs might as well be juggling flaming swords while riding a unicycle on a tightrope suspended over a shark tank. The US-China relationship is like a Tinder date gone wrong. Lots of drama, awkward silences, and the realization that you might not be as compatible as you thought. Sure, they could strike gold, but the odds are more like winning the lottery while forgetting to buy a ticket. So, good luck to them. They'll need it and maybe a sizable stash of anti-anxiety pills.
What advice would you give them at this point?
My advice would be to take a step back and stock up on patience like it's the last bottle of water in the desert. I'd tell them to put on their best negotiation hats and prepare for a marathon, not a sprint. They should also consult a strategy guide. How to play chess with a dragon, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. And for goodness sake, let's not forget to invest in a good sense of humor. They're going to need it when the reality check bounces harder than a rubber ball in a 5-star hotel lobby. In short, don't go in with stars in their eyes, but rather with a solid plan and a backup plan for when that plan goes belly up.